pop out the chat. What do you mean? Are you looking for the current song? Just do exclamation point song. Alright, here it is. Test server. Fixtures. It's basically any one of these. Now, scheduled's going to be a bit heavier. Let's do a light one. I think this one's fine. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it would be property name case insensitive, and then we'd be good? Oh. Okay. Well, that's chill. Oh, is that it? I think I less understand what's going on here. Yeah, let me just do this other part. Property name case insensitive. So that's for just getting the manifest. Serializer options. All right, so from there, I would want to then add my converter, right? And this is environment converter. Oh, do I have to pass new environment converter? Probably, yeah. Okay, cool. So realistically, as long as everything else in the group is deserializable in a clean way, we can let the environment converter kick in just for the environment's property. So I think we're good there. Now we just got to actually write the logic inside of it, though. Right? You take it off, TJ? All right. Yeah, have a good one. You mean like see you later, as in like when DM Mulroy's here, when we're doing the OCAML stuff? So here's the interesting part. You're not doing the custom converter. Yeah, so I think I want to follow the converter approach, Cianhorn. Check one thing here. So yeah, I want to follow the converter approach. Sure. Yeah, no worries. Oh, and interesting. I could have done this too. Eh. Alright, so we can register the custom converter. Well, interesting. So this is another way. And did your example have that and I just missed it? Okay, so this is the struct itself. They do that there. And then this is where the converter is. Temperature.parse, then they do a parse function here. Okay, yeah. And didn't you say that the converter would be faster? Right, performance-wise? Or was I misunderstanding that? Yeah, real quick, if anyone wants to throw a lurk over on YouTube, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. Okay, yeah, just double checking, cool. Yeah, because, you know, this is an SDK, we should probably do it as performant as possible. And they use the pattern matching syntax. Yeah. So at that point, it might be worth it to upgrade to C#8, just to get the proper switch syntax for this part. I don't think I want to do it based on token type, though. So reader dot I don't think I want any of the getters. So value sequence would be like a list, right? Value span would just be the value, right? But we can't get like the value label, huh? So we can get the current depth. What up, Stopless? Interesting. So I thought I'd be matching on like prop name rather than a type. So would I end up doing something like JSON token type dot object? Let me check that out. Start object, end object. Oh. Property name. Aha. Okay. Okay. Would I want to match just every property name here? Right? Every expected property name. Hey, what's up, Joseph? How you doing, FD? Thank you guys for the lurks. Appreciate you. So I think here's the big thing, though. The only token type I care about really is property name, though. Okay. So realistically, I'd do something like this. Toke type, that's different. I mean, I guess I don't even need that. If is this gonna go into nested props, or is that something I need to do? Right? Do I need to, like, dive in deep? Or is it going to go through every item, like, deeply? I guess that's my question. And we could fiddle with it, too. I'm just asking because you're here. Yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out. We could just log it, right? I'd have to go in deeper myself. Okay. So basically, I'd want to do the switch thing, but I'd want to maintain some state, right? Is this function called once or many times, right? Is creating the new environment here actually the right move? I don't think it is, right? It is called once for the whole object? Okay, cool. That makes that simpler. So I can maintain whatever state at the top. How does the reader actually traverse them? Like, where is the where is this, like, actually, like, traversing? Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding something? Okay, so I would have to put it in a loop. Okay. Okay. So it'd basically be like while reader.read. this looking right? Yeah, I guess I'm missing the fact that they're not doing that here, which is why that's confusing. Oh, here we go. Polymorphic deserialization. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Now it's saying .NET 7 though, which means .NET Standard doesn't have that, right? Ah, yeah, while reader.read. Okay, yep. We do see how they're kind of doing that, which is nice. Okay, so this is a better example for sure. And yeah, so type discriminators. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Lucas. I want it to work everywhere. Yep. Yeah, I want it to work for anybody that wants to use it. I don't want to have to write like multiple versions of it. That'd be terrible. So this is the part that I dislike about these docs. There's no way of like getting the, hey, this is exactly how you do it with this version of the framework. It's just a bit heavy. All right, so type to convert here is always going to be that because of what we passed, right? I think one of the biggest things is I'm going to want to run this or test this in a way that makes sense. Alright, so I got one question about how I structure these. I think I want to pull the tests out to different files because this is starting to get, you know, a bit much. I'm going to have client tests somewhere too. When splitting these out, is there anything special I need to do, or can I just create separate files in here and when I run it, it runs all of them? What would be the way to make sure that it runs every unit test in here? Just create the file? Okay. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. What's that yelling about? Oh. Eh. Oh, and that's right. Hold on. There's some other two-string stuff that we would probably want to pass. I don't think we care about it here, but when we're doing it over in our hashing, we are passing that, right? Invariant culture? Okay. Alright, scheduler test. Alright, so yeah, this is cleaning this up a bit. Awesome. What does the red mean in writer? Does that mean I just haven't committed the file yet? I think that's it, right? But okay, so we split out our tests, scheduler, hasher, client here. Oh. How'd that get not there? All right. So yeah, here in the client test, I'm going to get rid of all of this. Probably go do the same thing here. What's he yelling about there? Oh, convert to a constant? Eh. And then they want to rename it. Oh my god. Ryder, you're killing me, man. Alright, so that works for me. What's this one? Signed but never used, that's fine. Okay, so as we're continuing down this, as far as this client goes, we want to change this. I think it's 3,000? I have to look that up. That's the right instance hash, though. It is 3,000. Do we have that running right now? We do. Okay, so then this would be something like var, or let's do this, client.sync manifest. That just takes in a function. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Is it just the keyword function? Oh. New func? Nah, it doesn't seem right. What's the right way to do callbacks in C#? Oh. Wait, what? What's up, Abdil? So taking in the callback is the easy part. We've got that. Okay, so callback event handler is its own type. All right, so enum windows there. Oh, so I'd have to create a method on the class? There's no anonymous functions in C#? Yeah, I can just do lambda expressions, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's way easier. All right, so then we do this. And yeah, URL is passed directly to us. And yeah, we want to get the string value. So var result equals... Oh. So by returning a task, we should be good, right? So wouldn't I want to do an await? Okay. So then we get the response. Void is not awaitable? Oh. Oh yeah, YAML, right? For sure. I got some fresh whiskey for it and everything. And yeah, thanks for posting that. I forgot that that was a bug that we have to, like, await the result before it'll actually throw. Yeah, probably not a bad idea there. That's a good point. I think we need, like, better documentation for it, right? Because there's a lot that I kind of had to explain in doing it. I think it'd be even more valuable if, right, it was a take-home that involved like some pairing sessions, like halfway through it. I think that would be useful. Because then you get to see how you work with the person, things like that. When I missed some follows, I'm sorry. Digital Tech Woman and Wolftown, even follows. Yeah, it makes sense to me. So I don't need to await. The result here. It'll block on that for me just fine. That's weird to me. Is that really like a C# thing where you only end up awaiting a value? If it's void, then it'll block anyway? Or not block, but, you know, like the context will wait? Huh. And what's up, I Need Money? How you doing? I think that makes sense. It will block the whole thread. Okay. So what's the right way to do this then? If I can't await a void? Oh, it's gonna be a task wrapping a void. That's it. Good catch. Yeah. Good call. Yeah. Duh. It's a promise. Task is the version of promise. Duh. Yeah. Brain fart. So I can just do task, just generic task. Okay. So I don't even need to wrap void because that's not a valid wrap. Okay. And hey, what's up, Randy Richards? What you up to? Okay. Well, that simplifies that a bit. Interesting. Hold on. So wait, am I understanding Ryder correctly that these red files, they're not failing, they're just new. But green here, it knows that I changed the name? Is that what I'm getting? And then for these, it just means like I modified it if it's blue? I'm so confused on what the color scheme here means. But, okay. So we sync the manifest. Okay, so the next bit then. All right, so await client dot sync flags. It's going to be the group name or ID. Let's just say gradual for now. What's up, Kick? How you doing, Owen? Yeah, what are y'all up to? Alright, so that should be all we need to actually fetch these things. We should be able to run these tests. Okay, and we're getting a failure. I can show you what some of that error is. I kind of expected this to work if we were doing the environments right, but I might have my types wrong. So where do we see group? We saw group meta, environment. Here's a manifest group, which is fine. Nice. All right, so here's our group, and instead of feature there. Aw, Alga bro, Mr. Sir, how you doing? And yeah, you're killing it, dude. How close are you to partner? Have you been able to check that box and just click the button? And what's up, Rook? How you doing? Ah, you gotta go. Okay, I got you. Still about 10 away? Ah, that's a shame. Yeah, for some reason I thought you were there at the 75, but yeah. It's fine. It's not a big deal. There's the partner party, and that's about it. Right? Partner lounge is meh. And partner party, I didn't even see any of, like, you know, our homies at the partner party. I just met some random person, and that was it. So, yeah. Not missing much. I did actually randomly chat with one of the judges of the cosplay competition. Super chill dude to chat with. But, you know, just random stuff. But yeah, so everyone, what was Algo Bro up to? What was he doing? We are currently doing some C#, which, you know, probably looks enough like Java that most of y'all should feel right at home. Yeah, and feature here should be good. Wait, Java has classes, though? C# is just Microsoft Java. Isn't it? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't heard that joke before. But yeah, seriously, everyone jumping in, if you're even remotely interested in OCAML, we're going to have DM Mulroy here in about 2 hours teaching us some OCAML, going through and creating an SDK like I'm creating right now. The part that we're working on right here is trying to deserialize our polymorphic data types. And we have to do so in a way that doesn't use newer .NET framework features. So we have to make sure that we're fully compatible with .NET Standard. 2.0, I think, is what we're targeting. So that's the gist there. So there's some things that might be easier if we, you know, used some of the discriminated polymorphism like features that .NET 7 has or whatever, but we can't, so we got to do some stuff slightly differently, and it's fine. It's no big deal. I'll hold off on a whiskey. We'll have some more water first. Bunch of water. Oh shit, I need to restart the dryer real quick too. One second. Sorry, give me just a sec. Alright. Got some new sheets I'll be throwing on tonight. You know, gotta wash them. Yeah, I mean, just take it easy. We're not looking to throw any languages under the bus. There's only 2 kind of languages in the world. The kind that people talk shit about, and the kind that no one uses. And Harisico, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, that makes sense too, Jules. Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, I think technically, though, just for like backwards compatibility and stuff, it makes sense to, you know, not get the latest and greatest. But yeah, I've also heard that in Unity, basically the C# you use is very basic compared to like standard C#, because it's more of just like a scripting thing. So they're not even like really incentivized to like update it. But I don't know enough about it. I'm just guessing. All right, so we got this failing test. And S is an invalid start of a value. Okay. So I think we're gonna have to print out some stuff, because I don't know what's failing there. You know what? Let me go to my test and see if our manifest is at least fetching properly. Alright, so it fails on fetching the manifest. So result.toString should be fine. Within the client, we should probably try and print whatever that is, because something isn't right. Oh, and hold on, what's the right way to do this? It's like print something, right? Console. Oh, nice. Oh, it's result.content.toString. Good catch. Okay, so that makes sense. Alright, how do I see my logs? Yeah, I really don't know how to use Writer, so we are in a massive learning session. Where would I see my logs? Oh, yeah, no worries, Cianhorn. That's fine. Yeah, I just had such a hard time setting up VS Code. Alright, time to Google it. Ooh, want to see the best background wallpaper ever made? Right? That's brilliant. That's brilliant. It's a wallpaper of wallpapers. Alright, so wait, what are you saying? Would it be like over in here? Nope, not group by, not export. So wait. There you go. Gotta enable it on the help tab. Oh, really? That just pops open that. Yeah, I don't see enable for any of that. Design time build logging? Yeah, let me just Google it real quick. Console tab inside debug tab. Nope. Did they just rename it or something? Oh, debug. There we go. Okay, so the run icon in the editor gutter. Oh, no worries, Vic. Oh, were you making comments for VS Code instead? Gotcha. Gotcha. What is it you don't like about it? That's right. We should be outputting using output. What was I thinking? Brain fart. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Nah, that still isn't right. Because, yeah, we want to do it within this code. I mean, we tried and it just, I don't know. We didn't have anyone nearby that was helping out enough, really. Cianhorn wasn't around and I couldn't figure out how to do any of it, so I switched over to Writer just to try it. So that's a group by. Ah, that makes sense, Vic. Yeah, good joke. Couldn't read the logs. Nice. Oh, hold on. This could help. Yeah, that doesn't look right. If I do debug.write instead? Well, those shouldn't be an issue. That's interesting. But yeah, so this one. Yeah, I don't see any of the result stuff there. And we're not seeing any of it here in terminal. There's got to be some way to do this, right? So Joseph, what I'm trying to do is I want to see. Hold on, let's get rid of this. I want to see this log, right? This debug write line in my unit test output. So write line versus write, does that matter, right? They would have yelled at us if it wasn't even available. So both seem valid to me. Yeah, line is just a new line. Yeah. But yeah, basically, Joseph, I would like to be able to run my test and see the output over here of that log value. We're just not seeing it. So keep in mind that log is not inside of XUnit. Right? This is part of our regular function that we're calling. So we don't have access to XUnit in this file. Right? This is our main class in which I want to see at this point what it is. I can put a breakpoint maybe? Breakpoints work in unit tests? Oh shit, debug unit test right there. That probably would have helped. And yeah, in terminal using .NET Run, that's an option too. Alright, so we get that log. So content toString is no good. I just want content? Yeah, no worries, Vic. Yeah, we'll be going a while today. Would I need to use a reader? Alright, so C# HTTP request parse JSON. Oh, content.read as string. Ah. Oh. Alright, so then this is var result content is equal to that, and then we just return result content. And we need to await it. Okay. Alright, debug selected unit test. Exit code is 0. Nope, that was a different thing. Okay, so that gives us what we're expecting there. Alright, cool. So then in this file, go and do that. We need to go update over here and do the same thing. Oh, and it's not there, it's over here. Damn, my PC is running real slow. Let me look at this. I bet I need to reboot Firefox. it's consuming way too much. And yeah, Ryder chews up some RAM, doesn't it? All right, so then this would be something like all right, so debug.writeLine. Oh, and that stuff's private. Let's just log it where we're doing it then. Debug.writeLine flags. Rerun, there we go. I keep wanting it to only run the one test, but it keeps doing the others. That's a little annoying. And ooh, 311, huh? Oh. What? Why is it trying to run a decompiler? Care about that part. What the hell's going on, man? I don't want that part. Object reference not set to an instance of object? Alright, so yeah, we're gonna go throw another debugger in there. What's up, Shash? How you doing? Alright, so we're gonna add another breakpoint. Did I remove the other? I don't think I did I? Well, looks like I did. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's debug only that unit test. Oh, okay, so at line 57? Interesting. Let's see what's in this context. Yeah. Am I using DI, dependency injection? Not right now. And yeah, sorry, Joseph, I just saw that. My bad. All right, we'll finish this water. Once it's done, then we can hop into a whiskey. Ooh, and manifest group is null. Really? What's up, bald-bearded builder? You're doing some C# today too, right? I think I saw that in your title. I was lurking for a bit. So yeah, that's weird. So groups should not have been null because our fetch should have worked just fine. Oh, I know. For OctaKit. That's a GitHub thing, right? Probably not a domain, though. But they did buy the domain to redirect it. Nice, nice. Oh, it's for the GitHub API. That's right, that's right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. To the official one, too. Interesting. Anyone who wants to get into doing some Zig, this would be a pretty nifty third-party API, like you know, OctoKit. They don't have a Zig version. So yeah, anyone that wants to learn some Zig, or if you're into Zig and you just don't know what to make, could be a thing. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, what was the PR about? What'd you do? And yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. Let me explain what we're up to today. We're doing some C# stuff. I am very much not that familiar with doing significant C#. I haven't, you know, I did a little bit of C# just a little bit ago, like for this tool, but it was very simple. And I was doing the JSON stuff wrong, right? So now I'm creating a JSON converter for it, which is nice. Instead of just like the raw like JSON document, JSON element like parsing stuff, which is going to be slower because it uses reflection. So yeah, we're gonna be doing the JSON converter thing, but I'm like trying to like figure out how to debug properly. We're using Rider, which is brand new to me. I'm gonna assume that you're probably using VS Code for your C# stuff. Ah, even if it's just documentation, a lot of that stuff needs help. Yeah, that'd be huge. Yeah, it's pretty good so far. We are doing the property name case insensitive true, which kind of makes me think that it should have populated these values. Because we know it's fetching the string properly. So is there like a different property name something I should be doing? Property naming policy. Ah. Let's try that. See if that works. Oh, I hate that that reruns all of them instead of just the one test I wanted. And I almost want to pop this out to a new window. Yeah, I mean, those types of feels aren't that relevant. Right, very subjective. It's fine if you feel that way, but pushing it on other people isn't right. But here's the thing. So we've got manifest, it's getting parsed, we're getting groups, and it should be an array of manifest group, but we're not getting that back. Let me double check my test server stuff. Yeah, that should work. Interesting. And what's up, Dr. Drero? Yeah, so anyone have any thoughts? Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna do it as a whole new window as well. Alright, then it's easy enough. Just move this. Get that there. And what up, Wilson? No, that's fine, fall away. Yeah, I got you. I totally get you. The reason why we went with Rider instead of VS Code, or instead of Visual Studio, is because Visual Studio for Mac is discontinued. So if you're on a Mac, Visual Studio is really not an option. VS Code should be able to solve that for you. But yeah, one of those little tricky things too. But yeah, here's my question. What are we doing wrong with this? As far as I know, it is. I thought so, at least. They're solving it now, the Mac problem? I mean, the only way they're solving it is VS Code. VS Code works cross-platform, but it's not the same as Visual Studio. Oh, is that it? Oh wait, did you hear something fall away? I hadn't heard that then. Interesting. Okay. So for all of these props, I need to add getters and setters. Let's just do, yeah, that's weird. I don't know. That seems like awfully boilerplatey, but it's fine. Whatever. Maybe there's something we can do in options for JSON converter. Oh, it's serializer options, right? There's methods on it. Here's the props. Okay, so... Oh, interesting, Fallaway. Yeah, that'd be cool. So we're doing property naming policy. Yeah, I don't see any prop in here that would be what we're looking for, right? Include fields? Oh. Oh. Okay. All right, so we're gonna hit these breakpoints and see what happens. Wait, didn't I pop this part open too? We continue, and we hit that one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that was totally it. So I need to include fields for the other part too. Cool. Good to know. Thank you for the follow, Kumi. Oh, and flags here. We were missing that part already. So, yeah, I didn't even pass that. So deserializer options and this part. And I know I could probably do the converters as part of the constructor. It's fine. All right, so now I think we want to reboot. But okay, yeah, we're starting to get the hang of some of this, so this is awesome. Oh, and hold on, Bald Bearded Builder. Are you going to TwitchCon? Just figured I'd ask. No worries if not. But if so, I'll happily buy you a beverage. And if you stepped away, anyone else in Bald Bearded Builder's chat know if he's heading? He probably would have mentioned it by now, right? Alright, so that one's good. Target ready. Okay, so then, yeah, the converter for the environment read too much. Or not enough, which is interesting. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've got a whole big crew, kind of like as a group in Twitter, right? As like a group message party, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, we're all trying to like, have some nights to meet up and hang out. So yeah, it should be cool. And there's a lot of people in the group. It's like 20 plus people. Right? Bad Cop, Alga Bro's in there now. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I hung out with him at the last one too. He wasn't at the one before that, but I did hang out with Alt F4 Stream at the one before that and last year's. Yeah, the one before that I got to hang out with InstaFluff. That was kind of cool. Among other people, Back when Live Coders was a lot bigger than it was. I still have a Live Coders... it's probably not over here on the desk. I still have like a little like badge or whatever from that. Makes sense. Yeah, Shash. That's right. Have we talked about Fairwinds before? Have you checked it out? Because I'm just trying to gather feedback. Anyone that has used it, if I can pass that along to the company, I'll happily do so. Any feedback, positive or negative? One of the big things we're trying to solve inside of Fairwinds Insights right now is like information overload. See, I wish this would tell me the whole path. But it does look like it's trying to do the thing. So... yeah, I think we're there. I can start doing, like, debugging inside of the serializer. Open shit. No, Fairwinds is more, it's not like managed Kubernetes. It's more like reporting, right? So making sure that you're following best practices, maintaining, like SOC 2 compliance reporting, things like that. Helping you identify, like, improper root access for your containers, things like that. So it's more like diagnostic tools. So the company Fairwinds makes a tool called Polaris. They make another called Pluto. They make another called Goldilocks. And they got a bunch of them. There's a right sizer, things like that. So, yeah, a lot of what we do in Insights is we wrap up those tools and Caverno and a whole bunch of the other like tools that you might have for analyzing your cluster, etc. And we give you like a dashboard for the reporting of all those tools. So it's, maybe for like more like managers and people to like track if they're, doing Kubernetes right, things like that. Sure, Rook. Yeah, what's up? CSO. What is CSO? I don't know what that means. That's fine. I would say instead, Rook, try and concentrate on something you don't like about it rather than itself. But I will point out that the thing I find tricky about Firestore and Firebase in general is it's hard to get permissions right. And once you do get permissions right, they're not portable. You're just stuck with them inside of Firestore or Firebase because you can't export your like security rules or permissions rules or things like that. And it's proprietary anyway. Like even if you did have a chance to export it, you'd have to write converters to get it into other things. So as far as like data access security and making sure certain users can't read other users' data, it's actually hard to do that properly with Firestore. So that's the reason I don't typically recommend Firebase and Firestore to people. Yeah, the security stuff is tricky, but it's important. It's very important. I got a quick little anecdote for you. At a company I used to work for, this was a client agency, there was like a, like a rule, hey, make sure that you have a sensible, make sure your screensaver's password protected, make sure that the timeout for that is sensible, and if you were to get up and leave your computer and your screen is up, that's a bad thing. So someone ended up writing a tool, and they called it Tomato, which is based off of one of my naming conventions. All internal projects after I had gotten done with them were named after some kind of fruit or vegetable because the company was called Fresh Consulting. Yeah, I'm proud of that. I made a tool called Potato. I wrote another called Avocado. Someone else wrote Tomato. Right? So yeah, it's super fun. But basically, yeah, we had this tool called Tomato, and people would get points for, like, hacking someone else's computer by just logging into Tomato from that computer. But it was just funny. No one got me for a long time, and then it happened, finally, after, like, a year. Yeah, I wrote something called Potato. Yeah. But yeah, so, like, over a year goes by. No one had gotten me, and then someone finally gets me. And I was bummed. So then I went and started looking at the source code. Technically, like, not even the source code, just, like, in the terminal, looking through the source, like, in the dev tools. And started modifying that, because you can actually modify JavaScript on the fly. You can inject custom code into there. So, basically, I found the right parts where the Firestore, like, the DB was being exposed, and I just tried writing some values to it, and it worked, because the developer that made it did not lock down permissions properly. So the person that hacked me ended up having negative 1,000,000 points. I'm just that good. I do feel a little bad, because the moment I did that, it basically killed the whole project. No one ended up using it anymore. But yeah, nobody hacks me, basically, right? I went scorched earth with it. I felt a little bad about it. But yeah, basically that was like the easiest lesson I could find. I had already known that basically like Firestore and the permissions in it were tricky, and I pretty much knew that the developer making it wouldn't do any of that. So yeah. There was a little bit of social engineering at work. Infrastructure as code? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so something about the environments. We can actually just head to our code and comment out that part of the test if we want, but I think we're kind of there. Instead, here in the converter, we'd want to do something like this, and while reader read, if we do that, does that fix our test? I'm kind of curious about that one. So that's a different thing. Firebase auth is nice for just like getting up and running super quick. There's plenty of other auth services for that too. Clerk, Okta, Propel. There's dozens of them. Auth0. Writing your own OAuth actually is really not that hard as well. But yeah, if you're just getting started with it, Firebase auth is a good starting point for sure. Okay, so read too much or not enough, and we're still getting that same error. Well, okay then. Alrighty then. So wait, here's my question. Do I actually have to do the reader.read thing? All right, what goes into an environment? There's features. Oh, there's a lot of features. Ooh. Yeah, okay. We could just do a print line real quick. Or write line. Alright, so we get token type property name here. This would then be reader dot get string. Value span? I don't think value spans it. I think we can call that that. Yeah, we don't care about that typo. Let's rerun that. And while we're waiting on that, wait, where'd I put my whiskey glass? Let me go grab my whiskey glass real quick. Give me a sec. Alright, here we go. Had to use the restroom too, sorry. And yeah, what's everyone's Tuesday like? Anything fun? Anything cool? No, right. Oh, hey, cool. Yeah, so debug output there is going to have all that. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so looking at... Yeah, looking at the way that they are parsing, it actually does dive all the way into the nested props. So it does a full traverse, even like nested traverse. But we probably want to track whether we're inside of things properly. What's up, Steve Doe? What you up to? That's something I find interesting too. The way we did our log. And yeah, we can turn that off. The way we're doing our logging actually flips the order in a way I wasn't expecting, which is interesting. I'm doing well. About to crack ourselves a whiskey. First time trying Redux? Nice. We might not have seen your first message there, Kebab. I only see the Redux one. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I see it now. It was just up there. Yep, I see it. So, building a retro sprite editor in TypeScript for your 8-bit assembler stuff. Ah, nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And yeah, it's a good sound, right? That pop. So yeah, cheers. We'll see how the Four Roses is in just water. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Kebab. I'm guessing tools like, what is it? Sprite? I'm guessing you just don't want to pay for this, and also just it's kind of fun to make your own anyway. So you've got it. Cool. Yeah, you just feel like making your own. Maybe it doesn't output to the right formats you were looking for or something. It also does look a bit old school in their UI. Yeah, it's really fully featured. Oh, okay. Wow, seems really fully featured. It's been a while, I don't know. Alright, let's close some of these tabs here. We don't need all of them. Alright, so this is for parsing the feature itself. No, not the feature, the environment. And we just have to output these environments to the right place. So realistically, here in the hasher, I need to instantiate a bunch of these things. And this is going to get a bit heavy, but whatever. So raw features is new dictionary. String feature. Oh. Alright, there we go. So then, yeah, we're just going to keep going through these. So it's going to be something like toggle features. Gradual feature. Ooh. Okay, so any other C# people out there, here's my next question. During this portion of things, I could just write new. So keep in mind, we are on a smaller, like a lower version, right? We're on, I think, version 7? So I don't know if we have that. But you're saying basically if I did this, it would infer the type for me? So I'd have to upgrade to 9 or greater. And we could do that at some point. I'll leave that as an exercise for something else for now. But yeah, that would be clean. Would it be wrong, or like, what would be the right way of parsing this feature directly? Right, so as an example here, we're not going to be able to identify that feature very well, but once we get into features, what if I wanted to parse this whole thing right here? right, that whole feature, into just the raw feature, which doesn't need any like magic to it. Right, like if I know a property name and then like the value for it is totally fine to be like deserialized without any magic, is there a way to do that? So basically, here's the gist. Raw features is every feature. And then we're going to index toggle feature, gradual feature, selective feature based upon the type of feature they are. So all features are in this list, and then these are individual, like separate lists. And not technically lists, but dictionaries. So I just got to do that manually. Same way you deal with an if clause in assembly, basically. No, I get that, Mesmira, we're doing that, but we can't do that raw, because we have to do it for the environment. We have to parse this environment in a very specific way, because we still need to populate these. And we don't want to use reflection. We're on the right track. We have to do the environment read thing, because we need to populate these. What I'm wondering is there a quick and easy way to do this? And most of why we have to do this is because we're using discriminated polymorphism. All right, so we create a base level structure class or whatever. then as we're doing this part, right, if we are processing a property name, I don't know, I need money. Probably the way that it's prepared. The ingredients, things like that. What's up, Lady Blue Notes? How you doing? Doing well. Ooh, and we saw that it's the lowercase. Yep, so it's going to be name. Ooh, but features have names too. And what's up, Snowy? Yeah. What are you up to today, Lady Blue Notes? What are you up to today, Snowy? Anything fun? Working? Nice. Awesome. Any plan for the stream? Too many meetings-itis. We got some work done. Nice. On your personal wiki. Sweet. Writing the JSON deserializer. What's the right way to check for a value not being initialized? Yep, I'm a collector. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. All right, so we can check for null. Okay, so reader.getString here. Where is it? Oh. All right, so then here, this would be case environment ID. So then here, we check if there's no feature. We'll say that is a new feature. So we can have a bool for in features. It's false by default. Once we are in the features, we would then do something like this. And we actually want to do this. In features. Right, we can't dictate the order these are going to happen in. Ooh. Okay, so, boom, we do token type, property name. There's probably a better way we could clean this up. I just want to get it working first, and then we can think about refactoring. Oh, and here's what I want to do. We got feature, current feature. It's gonna get real hairy. This is gonna be toggle feature. Gradual. Creature double feature. There you go. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright, so then selective int feature. Oh, this should be string first. Why not? Yeah, this is a really ugly parser. I'm trying to think if there's a cleaner way to do a lot of this. Okay. So let me think about what we're doing here. We need to then, right after this part, if we're in features, then we can do something else. If we are in features, then we want to do a switch on property name still. God, yeah, this is getting so ugly. I really feel like there has to be a cleaner way. Reflection would make this simpler, rather than having to maintain all this state, like a state machine. Yeah, whatever. We'll keep hacking at it. I'm not necessarily satisfied with it. Yeah, so then this part is reader.getString. Oh. And I just realized, hold on. God, this is so annoying. Would it be weird to call reader.read inside, like nested while loop style? No, this is for Vexilla. I mean, it is a personal project, but it's something I'm trying to launch as a business. Or at least like a, open source thing. Right? So I would need to do so. Okay. That's what I thought. Right? Because right here, this just doesn't work. So then name would be reader.read reader.getString. So then keeping track of in features is maybe not as relevant. Yeah, and it makes sense, but in many cases, when you're dealing with ASTs, you're just doing like relative parent lookups instead. At least when I deal with ASTs. Because in ASTs, you need to jump back up often, right? Typically, you got to find a bookmark or a needle or a point within what you're looking for, and then you navigate outward from it. At least when I've done ASTs. So it's a different approach. This is a from the top down, all the way through approach. Which is somewhat different than the way I've handled ASTs in most of what I've done. Right? Whereas this is only one direction. But trying to think about this. Yeah, this is heavy. I don't want to undo too much. I don't want to mess with too much. But yeah, Lady Blue Notes. Maybe check out Vexilla there. You must have missed it yesterday. You probably left too quick. I gave a full spiel of what feature flags are and what makes Vexilla different. Thought you were still here for it when I did it. I have no idea. Pretty much shortly after you After you took off, probably. I don't remember when that was. Sorry. I should have made a bookmark. But yeah, whenever you were here yesterday, basically. That's all I know. Are there enough people here who, Oh no, that's fine. No, I get you, I get you. It could have been during that, yeah. How many people here would like the spiel of what feature flags are, why they're necessary, and what Vexilla does different from other feature flag stuff? I know, besides you. If it's for one person, it's a little tough. Okay. So we got 2. Any more? Alright, so there we go. For 3 people, it's perfect. Give me 1 sec. We'll do our spiel here. And we may be at like a leaving off point for this, because we gotta get ready for DM Mulroy here in a bit. So, leaving off here. I mean, it takes time. It's, you know, the next 5 minutes at least. Yeah, and I'm not even sure this is the right thing. All right. Okay, so time for the spiel. Basically, feature flags are useful because they allow you to change things about your application based upon the user using it. Maybe you want to turn it off and on based upon time of day or whatever. The key that makes it valuable is that you're decoupling this change from your build process. So, for the most part, build-based feature flags are just glorified environment variables, and they are separate things. So feature flags are an important part of the 12-factor app. The 12-factor app is also including environment variables, multiple environments, things like that. The reason you want to decouple changing something like this at runtime from your build process is because the build can take a long time. Right? In your hobby projects and your side projects, the build is probably quick. You don't even have code review most of the time, right? In large projects and projects that matter, you will have pretty much always a bare minimum of a 20-minute build time in which your tests are going to run, in which deployment's going to happen, like all that junk. So if you're looking at a bare minimum of 20 minutes per environment, most applications have 3 environments, right? Dev, staging, production. Not always, but that's a good, good thing. No, it's not even chunky. This is small. This is just like any professional application you can run. So basically, yeah, if you're going to have code review, you're going to have all those things, and you're going to have multiple environments, you're looking at a bare minimum of 20 minutes per environment. So that's an hour before you're going to see something from your PR up to the repo to then get it into production. QA has to sign off on things. People need to review your PRs between environments. You could be looking at a minimum of an hour and possibly up to like 2 hours, just depending on how long it takes to get a hold of people to review and do those things. For something as simple as changing a line of copy on the website based upon whether a certain feature is on or off, like all sorts of things, that's way too long. As an example, at a previous company I was at, we did multiple releases per day. We had 3 environments. And when we wanted to change the bare minimum value of a life insurance policy to actually allow someone to purchase it, it would be an hour and a half before that would be like ready and available. And sometimes even longer, right? Because things happen. That's a pain in the ass. If we could have just flipped a switch without a redeploy and just changed whatever value was coming in at runtime, it would have saved everyone's mental well-being on that project. And I'm pretty sure I had a previous coworker that got upset with me because I wasn't around for like 15 minutes when he needed me to approve something. I wasn't the only person on the team. Like, come on. So yeah, super annoying. When you consider that that's the best case scenario, I'm talking hour and a half before it makes it up to production. The worst case scenario is something like a mobile app where you have to deal with the app stores. That can take you up to a week, especially if they find something that isn't even related to your code change, but a different reviewer caught something that a previous reviewer didn't. It could easily be a week of a back and forth of getting things pushed up, and it's super annoying, right? And it has happened. There are people like that, because you only have 5 work days in the week, and then the weekend happens, and then you're rolling back over, right? Like, just 2 or 3 revisions could make it happen in the course of multiple weeks, right? You make a change, push it up, Apple maybe takes up to a day to review it, takes you a day to make the change and push it up again. Apple takes another day to review it. By the 3rd revision, you're at 6 days, which is beyond a single work week. Oh, looks like I'm lurking myself. How's it going, Purple Elf? We're currently in the process of giving a spiel about what feature flags are and why they're important. So basically, let me give a quicker bit. And hey, thank you. Let's do the shout-outs real quick. So for everyone joining from the raid, we are giving a spiel about why feature flags are important. The main reason is you need to decouple some changes from your build process because your build process takes too long. Even in a company that does continuous release, continuous deployment, all that stuff, it could take easily an hour and a half before that happens. So if it's going to be an hour and a half, that's sometimes way too long. But that's actually the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, a feature flag could take a week. And that worst case scenario is mobile apps. So yeah, that lag time of your build process and your deployment process is the important reason for feature flags. When we talk about what feature flags are, they could be turning a feature on or off. They could be releasing it out to a gradual portion of your users. They could be picking from a very specific set of your users, such as beta users or alpha users or certain companies or clients or whatever, right? Certain tenants. It could also be changing a value like I just described with the life insurance like minimum that I was just talking about. And I'm doing well, Purple Elf. Yeah, just continuing the spiel real quick. So yeah. That's the reason for feature flags, that's what they can do, and it's hugely useful. It basically just makes your life easier as a dev, especially because you don't have to be the one to change the feature flag. Business could log into a tool and change that flag, right? The less that business has to have you do something, that's awesome, right? So, huge use cases for feature flags, types of flags you can do. What makes my tool different from other feature flag tools is that it's free, right? LaunchDarkly is incredibly expensive. Now, there's other tools that have a reasonable free tier. Growthbook has an awesome free tier. But at the end of the day, you're still beholden to their level of reasonable requests. I mean, every app needs feature flags, Lady Blue knows. But yes, previous experience, not even at the company I used to work at, but at the... for one of my side projects, I wanted to enable and disable billing. Things like that. I don't know, Jojo. So yeah, right? Feature flags are essential for any significant application. What makes my tool different is you are self-hosting where the feature flag file goes. It's just a JSON file sitting somewhere, and at runtime, our client SDKs go fetch that and then run things against it. I don't know what you mean by that, Jojo. Like I just stated, feature flags can be used for a toggle to turn things off or on. It could be used for gradual to release it to a portion of your users. It could be selective to release it to specific users. It could be a value to change something in your app, such as some copy or a title or a value, like a price value, things like that. So the main gist is Vexilla, open source. That's one check mark that Launch Darkly doesn't have, Split.io doesn't have, etc. It's static file based, which, so far as I know, only Growthbook is doing. It also, you know, like, just think about like why static file based. The static file gets pushed up to some CDN, some static host like S3. You're not going to have enough traffic to take down S3 or a CDN, right? You're not going to do it. It's impossible. Custom config off of something like console. Console could be a feature flag tool, sure. For the most part, though, console requires authentication to access. You wouldn't typically fetch from console directly in the browser, would you? I don't know if you would. If so, then console is just a feature flag tool at that point. Why would you need a custom tool? Because maybe console doesn't have scheduling. Maybe console doesn't have the types of flags I just mentioned. So what separates Vexilla from these other things is the fact that I have scheduling built in. I have, you know, I'm open source. I'm static file based, which means infinite scalability. Yeah, like pretty basic. So you need more than just a key value store. One important thing about feature flags that I forgot to mention is feature flags are basically the building block to A/B testing with things like gradual releases, etc. One more thing that separates Vexilla is the amount of SDKs I have. So currently, this is the version 0.x. I have written SDKs for all of these languages by hand. We're in the process of porting them over to our version 1.x. Most of the tools I've looked at don't have nearly as many client SDKs as this does, and we're working on more. That's what DM Mulroy was just messaging about. And yeah, just give me a second, DM Mulroy. Let me finish the spiel. Yep. And yeah, so for the most part, I offer more SDKs natively because I don't have a server to operate, which means my operating costs are zero as well. So this is basically just a tool for people bootstrapping that can't afford larger companies and, you know, that need some of this other like feature support that Growthbook doesn't really have yet. So for the most part, I'm solving a lot of cases that some things have that others don't, but I'm managing to fill in the blanks that all these other tools have. For Growthbook, if you want scheduling, you got to pay them money. For other things, you need to be on the enterprise account. I think for Launch Darkly, you got to be on the enterprise version. So I can just check off some of the missing gaps in all these other tools and have my own full-featured one that is open source, it's free, and pretty much infinitely scalable. So that's the gist. That's why we're making it, and that's what's going on. Like I just said, Shash, I'll be working with DM Mulroy to make the OCAML SDK here in a minute. Chill, man. It's tough when people aren't listening, and I have to repeat myself multiple times while giving a spiel like this. All right, so let's get the guest star stuff set up. Yep. Oh, and I still didn't set up the scene for this. Let's see if I can just duplicate this scene. This scene is going to be called DM Mulroy. Boom, nailed it. All right, so that's the scene we're on, and I have to do a whole bunch of cleanup. I have no idea. I don't use them. Yeah, no worries. Wow. Yeah, I have so many unused sources in my OBS right now, like for this main scene. Did you get that invite, DM Mulroy? I don't see you over there. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh, I need to slot you as a guest, I bet. Oh, wait, no. Auto add guest to call. Yeah, that should work. Do I need to send it again? Yeah, it should have sent. Here in Twitch, in like the little notifications section. Oh, that was it. That was it. Okay. No, I added you as a favorite by accident. I didn't realize that was that button. So yeah, you should have gotten it now. Okay, so yeah, we're getting set up. Give me a sec. All right, looks like he's in there. Okay, cool. Let me make it bigger.
Let me, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sweet. Can do, we'll get started here.
Cool, cool. Oh yeah, you're doing the co-stream, right?
I am just joining your link.
Oh, okay, okay. Just checking. Yeah, because it's possible to stream on your channel at the same time, if you wanted.
I was gonna try to figure that out with one of my buddies, maybe next time. But
sure. Yeah, no worries.
I got too busy grilling dinner.
Yep. Okay, 1 second. So I need this audio, and yeah, you're a bit quiet, so that's on my end. Weird. All right, hold on. Oh, control audio via OBS. There we go. Did I break it? Okay, no, I think we're good. Yes, so now I can crank you up a bit. Go ahead and chat a bit.
Check, 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 check.
All right, let me give you a boost. Is that still too quiet?
Test, 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 test. We sounding good, chat?
Okay, yeah, let me just do a little more because I'm probably a little louder than yet.
Babyface OCAML is here. That's right.
There you go. Okay, so let me add my cam on top of that. All right, that's way too big. All right. And cool. Yeah, so let me get my recording going, just to be sure. Alrighty. And yeah, so yeah, let's talk about where we left off. This is session number 2, which is fun.
Hell yeah. Close my office door. Dogs are going crazy.
Oh, no worries. Oh yeah, and we see the Jameson. Yep. I was wondering. I was like, no, I'm not drinking Irish whiskey. I'm drinking bourbon. Come on.
We came prepared with whiskey this time.
Team whiskey. All right. So yeah, and cheers to everyone. All right. So sound is good. Awesome. Thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna do one thing here because I do want to be able to show my screen at some point as well.
Yeah, sure. I thought maybe a good way to kick off the stream, I can pull up the repo and just show like our initial commit from last week, which is basically all the code we wrote, and just kind of cover where we left off. And I have a PR open with some changes I've made between then and now. And I thought it might be cool if you walk through that PR and look at the changes, ask questions, chat can ask questions. I kind of want to turn this as much as I can into a learning experience for everyone for OCaml. So if you just want to like review that PR, and we can go from there.
Sure, works for me. Let me just do one thing here. Oh, that's weird that it did it from that side. But that should work. Cool. And yeah, all right. So, what's the question there, Sidopoulos? And there you go, Toaster. So you got a scotch. You're representing all the forms of the water of life.
I do like scotch more than I like Irish whiskey, admittedly. But
interesting.
I'm freshly out.
You got like a favorite scotch?
Balvenie 12 is my go-to sipper.
Okay, cool. And do you like water it down with like water droplets or anything like fancy whiskey drinkers do?
Nah, I just neat. Took me a couple weeks of getting used to whiskey, but once I got past the burn and everything and could appreciate some of the underlying flavors, yeah, just neat.
Okay. I mean, so there is still a thing where, like, you still consider it neat where, like, you drip, like, just, like, 3 water droplets in because it, like, opens up the flavor or some junk. I don't know.
I don't go that far. Maybe if I had, like, like an 18-year-old scotch or older, I might take a little bit more consideration into it, but...
Right. I think it works best when it's, like, when the whiskey is, like, too harsh, when maybe, like, the proof is too high or something.
That makes sense.
But okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking you could switch to your main screen and we could look at that PR.
Do we have GitHub?
I do see your GitHub. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so where we left off last week was we started going through kind of the high-level types in Vexilla, and we were just we didn't build any functionality. We were just sitting and kind of playing around how the types felt, how we wanted to design them kind of within the OCaml type system. And where we landed was essentially with this client ML file, where we had these notions of lookup tables, which are a core part of Vexilla, regardless of client. And effectively, these lookup tables let you take some other domain model entity, whether that's an environment or a feature, and generally look it up by its name or its ID and get its ID back.
Mm-hmm.
Then we also have this notion of kind of like this nested table where we have like a hash table inside a hash table. And last week we had called that a group entity lookup table. And we basically said this is going to be a group ID to one of our other lookup tables. And this is how we typed that all out last week. And this is our main client type. For anyone in chat that's not familiar, it is kind of the regular pattern or idiomatic in OCAML when you're building a module. So this module is the client module. Type T is generally like the overarching type for that module. It's just the convention. It'd be like if you're writing generics in TypeScript, and it'd be like your A value inside the generic parameters. We built a constructor function for our client. So that's basically the core of the client.
Mm-hmm. It might be useful to do the unified view instead of the side-by-side view.
So this isn't a diff yet. This is just like the straight up initial commit. I'll jump
okay.
into the PR here in a
Cool.
minute. Actually, I figured it might be better for you to share your screen going through the
Sure.
PR, and we can go at your rate. But we one of those domain model types is an environment. An environment has a name and an ID. There might be more, but this is where we got to last time.
Mm-hmm.
We started playing around and thinking about how we could ergonomically type features in OCAML. In the TypeScript client, Chris is using basically a tag union, I believe, or some sort of union of different types.
Yep, discriminated union.
Where the different feature types, that being toggle, gradual, selective, and scalar value, or just value, all inherit from a base feature. OCaml doesn't really have the notion of like inheritance or extension of types. So we started going down the route of basically building out this type where we have a name, a feature ID. We didn't really get around to schedule, and then we had this kind type. And this kind type is a variant. So our variants are toggle, gradual, value, and then each of those variants can carry data with it. This is almost how a tag union in TypeScript would work. So if you have a toggle kind, the toggle variant constructor will have a value with a Boolean as the value. So moving on, we have group, kind of the same deal. We used to have some basic types. We ended up writing a hashing function last time, which will basically take some seed and an instance ID and basically implement a hashing algorithm that is found in the other clients. Let's see here. We also have a manifest type, and I think that's where we got to.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments or questions before we step into the PR here?
So their one comment is that it's a bit fuzzy because just guest stars doesn't have the highest video quality. So zooming in might have helped a bit.
Okay. I will make sure that my code editor is nice and zoomed.
Sure.
Cool. Well, Chris, I will send you the link to this PR.
Mm-hmm.
And we can walk through it at your own pace, and we can try to figure out what I've done since last week. I'm just going to throw this in chat to make it easy.
Yep.
And if chat wants to follow along, feel free.
All right, cool. So yeah, let me hop over there. Let me get the right thing shown and move myself back over to here. And cool. Let me zoom on in. Okay. So, let's look at some of this. Let's just go straight to files changed, and So this is some stuff that you did kind of like offline between last time and today, right?
Yeah, so I had some brilliant shower thoughts after I streamed last time, and I started working on it. And then I also wanted to just get some boilerplate stuff out of the way so we weren't just spending our entire time thinking about types and we could actually write some real code.
So yeah, this isn't necessarily anything that matters right now, but these values here, I do have like a test server that's going to be serving up the mock JSON that we can actually run our client against later.
Sweet.
Yeah, so we may replace these values at some point, but for now it's not a big deal. But yeah.
And this is more just a demonstration of like what the API would feel like to construct a client. I just threw that in main just for the sake of having it. It's,
yeah.
You know, nothing important.
What is the OCAML warning thing?
So OCAML warning 26 is a compiler warning against unused variables. So technically client is unused, and that's just used to suppress the warning.
Okay. Right, because we're not calling client anywhere. Got it.
Yep,
yeah.
We just construct it, and then we're like, yeah, we're not going to do anything with you.
Okay, cool. And then here we see the types for the lookup tables. You've got a lookup composite table that you've created elsewhere, I assume?
Yep, a new module called lookup, and it has a sub-module called composite table, and that is our new type for what I refer to as like the nested hash tables. I'm now referring to as composite tables.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. So then, yeah, that's where those get defined on the scope. Cool. Yeah, all this is looking fine. So you created like a whole separate just like types like file just to encapsulate a few of these? Like the manifest environment?
I actually did that a little bit before the stream. And it's probably the same reason you did the same thing in the Go client. I'm imagining you hit circular dependency problems. And in fact, anyone that was in my stream this morning working on my playlist transfer tool, we effectively did the same exact thing for that tool and moved all our domain types to a types file because of circular dependencies as well. So
okay. So I didn't actually do that for that reason. I kind of like knew like I've had that issue in the past before, but for this one it was just because I was lazy and I just wanted it in one file because it was too much effort to make a separate file. But yeah, I'm glad it probably worked out, and that was just my prescience kicking in. I can see the future. But okay, so yeah, deleted the environment file, put it into types, and that was basically like the circular dependency we had towards the end of the day last time, right? I think we were running into something like that.
So what I was running into earlier today when I was working on some Vexilla stuff was I had a manifest module that had the type, and then I also started implementing some of the functions like get and set manifest, and I needed the client. So I imported the client type, but in the client type, we referenced the manifest type.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Okay. So yeah, feature removed, fetch. This is just that like fetcher function that we got. That's pretty common.
Just the type definition.
Okay. And it basically just spits out a string. So what is this part right here? I forget what the single quote like value error stuff means.
Yeah, those indicate generic parameters.
Right.
So we have just some generic value, some generic error, and then this type is saying our type hook has these two generic parameters, and then it is a function that takes a URI, and it's going to return a LWT result, which is a refresher for everyone. When you see LWT, you can just map that in your head to the word promise. So it's a result wrapped in a promise. And our OK is the value generic parameter, and our error type is the error generic parameter.
So I actually wondered about this, and maybe you said it and I totally forgot. What does LWT stand for? Is it just like lightweight task or something like that?
I think it's lightweight threads.
Okay. Cool.
Don't quote me on that. But,
No worries.
It's definitely lightweight.
Awesome.
Something.
Yes. I love guessing acronyms. It's one of my favorite things. Or initialisms, technically, in this case. But yeah, one of my favorite things to do. Okay, cool. So then we get to this part, and yeah, so we implement... Right, so this is the pipe operator. Yeah, so just like flipped them around, basically. Okay, cool. And for the most part, it just like, it reads like in the actual flow that we're looking for if you use the pipe operator versus like this at is more like backwards,
Correct.
You know? Okay.
Yep.
Like unfolding or something. Okay, cool. Just double checking. I'm like refreshing myself on the syntax because I haven't looked at any of this stuff since last time.
Yep.
Okay. So then module table, this is the lookup thing, right? So lookup.table, that's where that is. Cool. Interesting. So find, you have to use like a find function rather than being able to do just like a direct like key lookup, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Basically because you'll find that because most of the values in OCAML are immutable, you'll have to pass in like the actual object you're operating on as the first argument.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see in like a bunch of these, like TBL, just short for table, is the first argument.
Right. Okay. Got it. Now, under the hood, what is find opt doing? Is it like pretty lightweight? Is it like a one-to-one lookup, or is it actually like iterating the hash table?
Nope, hash tables will be a one lookup like your typical hash table.
Okay.
But the opt is indicative that it's going to return a option.
Just in case it's not there, right? Okay.
Right.
Cool. Okay. And if you just used find and it wasn't there, would that like throw an error, or like how would that happen? Yeah.
I'm actually not 100% sure. Probably. So OCaml has like these. It's somewhat common to replace or swap the standard library, and the most popular replacement for the standard library is this library called base, which is basically it's by Jane Street, and it takes a little bit more of an opinionated stance on some of this stuff. And by default, most of their stuff works on returning options by default. So like if you imported Jane Street's hash table from base, it would just be find, and by default that would return an option. But if you use like the actual standard library, you're generally going to want to use like the underscore opt or underscore res for result.
Okay.
Because OCaml can raise exceptions, but it's like really, really not common.
So that actually kind of brings up a question for me. Like, what if someone is using base, but then they wanted to consume this this library or this SDK? Is that possible, or is that an issue?
Yep. Nope. I mean, the standard library is technically still there. If you were using base in your files, you would generally at the top of each module, you would just write open base, and that would kind of override, override. It would shadow the standard libraries implementations, but you could still get at the standard libraries. And if you were using base in your code and you were using our Vexilla client, that wouldn't shadow the code within our library.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, let me do one thing to the audio filters. I'm going to add a compressor on there. It'll help adjust some of the peaks and such. And then, yeah, cool. So that should be good. So, yeah, as we continue along, right, and this is where this is a generic. It's just composite ID. It could be any kind of ID. Cool. This is just, yep. All right. When we get to here, this is the manifest file. What is syntax here?
So syntax is a module of syntax extensions and helpers that I wrote that I just find useful and seem to be relatively standard practice. So you can define your own infix operators for doing things like binds or mapping on specific types. You can have let bindings. So if you look on line 23, you'll see let star. That effectively is saying it's the same thing as like await in JavaScript. In the syntax module, I have a line under the let module that says let parentheses let star equals lwt.bind. And lwt.bind is the function we use to await promises in OCAML.
Okay, and technically this let module is the one that you created that you have in like another folder, right?
Yep, so let is a submodule within syntax.
Okay, and these are both like your custom like modules?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I literally just copied and pasted that from my playlist file project.
Makes sense. Is it common to like publish some of these so that like you have just like a utility library you could bring in as a dependency?
A lot of libraries do that. So like LWT, they have a syntax module, and I think I might have even copied like this exact pattern from LWT.
Okay.
But they basically export their own infix operators. I'm not sure if they export let bindings, but they definitely export infix operators.
Okay, cool. And then just to confirm with MetaMe there, basically the way that you can bring in the standard library is similar to Haskell's Prelude, which is swappable for other preludes and stuff, I guess, right?
I do not know Haskell, so
okay.
I'll leave that to Meta to answer that question if he isn't dishing a bunch of sarcasm.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you can do similar things with Rust. I've never like dabbled with it myself, but basically the prelude is the stuff that's just included by default for you that you can get access to, and you could decide not to use that if you wanted, or you could create your own versions of it.
Where is Pick when you need him?
Where is Pick?
He picks off stream writing his own OCAML, everyone. Let's be real.
Okay. Makes sense. So, right, we see this is the manifest. There is a typo in the name.
Oh, good catch.
No worries.
Right now.
I don't know why my brain was like, hold on, do I need to scroll back up to the name here? Yeah, so there you go. Man Feast, which is interesting. I'm sure that's a website somewhere on the internet. Don't Google it at work. Okay, so an empty manifest. All right. Because we'd want to default to an empty one just in case the fetch fails or something, because I'm doing the same thing inside of my JS code, right? Cool. Yep. Set manifest does that stuff, and if the failure happens, then... Hold on, I thought I saw the empty one in there. Why am I not seeing it? So, hold on, this is set. So set doesn't worry about that. It's just about the get. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, exactly, Hanso High. Like, we pointed out that Man Feast is a misspelling. Looks like if we refresh, it's probably fixed. Is all what legal, 81 Rings? What are you talking about? This is all open source. Yeah, ain't no one getting in trouble for this. All right, so back down. Keep Man Feast. All right, there you go. So yeah, manifest, awesome. Cool. So yeah, that's where the LW return empty and interesting. So yeah, like empty is defined in this scope, but there's no such thing as like a global scope to worry about. We'd have to like import it and then like reference it by the module. So there's no worry about like some other empty having any effect on this. Cool. Found, there you go, Sidopolis. Puts big red X on calendar today. Found someone who uses OCAML. Technically, Dylan Mulroy here is the OCAML guy on Twitch. Technically, I think Tej would take a little offense at that, because I remember seeing him doing it first at least, but, you know. He may have started it. You like, took the flag or whatever, right?
Tej definitely started it. I only started streaming 2 weeks ago at this point, so
Yep.
and I am definitely not the spokesperson or an expert in OCaml. I've been learning it for 8 months, and like the past 4 months seriously. So I am like by and far not an expert here, but I know enough to be dangerous and to have fun with it, and enough to get people interested and start teaching others.
Okay. So Lady Blue Notes is basically saying they still don't even know what OCaml is. So OCaml, I believe, is in the ML like family of languages.
Yep.
I think it's like I don't know what ML stands for. In my head, it means like meta language or something
I
like
think
that.
that's correct.
Okay. But the key to OCaml and ML based languages is that you can basically like create your own syntax within the language. And that becomes really interesting and powerful when you recognize that like Rust was originally like its compiler was written in OCaml. There's other languages or like other syntaxes for OCaml, like Reason, in which you're still writing OCaml technically, but the syntax extensions have basically taken over, and it's its own syntax now. Is that the right way of thinking about that?
I would I would offer some corrections there. I would
Sure.
say
Yeah, yeah. Feel
that
free.
the syntax extensions are nice for OCaml, like defining your own operators and let bindings, but I wouldn't pin that as like a one of the most important features. In fact, sometimes you can go way overboard with it, and it looks like you're reading just jargon.
Okay.
I would say that the main selling point, at least to me, for OCaml is its type system. You
Mm-hmm.
basically get bulletproof type safety with very, very little need to annotate your types. When you do annotate your types, it's only in very specific places, or if you want to do it as a form of documentation. Um, but it has really, really, really strong inference, and it's very different than TypeScript's type inference. TypeScript basically like infers type definitions. Is probably Prime has gone on a bunch of rants about what TypeScript's um, inference is. So
Mm-hmm.
I would recommend people checking that out. But very different than OCaml's. Um,
And
and
that's
as
the whole
far as
like
reason,
Diffie-Hillman like type system
Hindley
thing, right?
Milner, yeah,
Hindley-Milner.
yeah,
Yeah, whatever. That was close. No, no. I think
good enough.
Diffie-Hillman's something else. I don't remember what it is though.
Yeah, so OCaml and Reason both have utilized the Hindley Milner type system,
Yeah.
and might get this way wrong, but like my like explain it like I5 gist of that is the type system can basically look at your code and look at how you're using variables and values and work backwards to infer what the type should be. So that's what makes its inference very, very powerful. As far as Reason is literally an alternative syntax altogether
Mm-hmm.
for OCaml. So Reason and OCaml both compile to the same machine / native code or bytecode,
Mm-hmm.
but have different syntaxes on top of the compilation. And Reason is just closer to looking like JavaScript than OCaml is. There's more parentheses and semicolons and things
Mm-hmm.
like that.
So yeah, exactly, Nightshade. I had to go look it up. So Diffie-Hellman, not Hillman, is the like key exchange for like elliptical curve cryptography. So I'm glad at least like my brain didn't completely make up that term, right? So yeah. Okay, cool. So yep, we got our types here. We got schedule, feature, some of those things. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. That's another fun one. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger type system. Is that what the TypeScript one is? Okay, so yeah, so that's the end of the file. A lot of this stuff looks totally fine to me. Yeah.
I did make some changes to how I typed feature. Not dramatically different, but
Mm-hmm.
I ended up having this attributes type, which is basically like the shared metadata of a feature, which is the ID, the name, and the schedule. And then each of the specific implementations of a feature, that being toggle, gradual, selective, um, basically have an attributes on it and then their own value. And then the type T for feature is a variant, kind of like before, where we have toggle, gradual and selective in value.
Okay, and that's basically because there's no inheritance in OCaml, right? So we can't just like define the base feature and then inherit with the others. So that makes sense.
There's technically object-oriented features and classes in OCaml. That's where the O in OCaml comes from. But they're not very widely used at all.
Okay, so it wouldn't technically be like idiomatic, right?
Right. They can definitely be useful sometimes, but I think like we probably have, I don't know, tens of thousands of lines of OCaml at work, and I think we maybe use them in like 2 or 3 places.
Sure.
So very seldomly.
Sidopoulos, I mean, he's impressed that I knew about Diffie-Hellman. No, I just have a really weird memory that latches onto certain phrases and terminology. I can quote movies for days, and like I haven't seen them in 20 years. You know, like doesn't matter. I can still quote Short Circuit having not seen it for 20 years. It's not a big deal. So yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. What is... So scalar value is just like a union of string, int, or float. Value is then the attributes and scalar value. Okay. Interesting. So I'm curious why attributes are embedded within value.
So if you look...
Oh, it's the value type. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. Brain fart. Yeah. I was like they all have a value. This is where it gets really tricky because you're going to end up having like value.value type stuff at some point, right?
Well, I think I avoided that by having individual types. So like for our value toggle, we will have the payload where attributes is our attributes thing. So you could do like attributes.id or attributes.name. But value, what we would do with value is we would match on it, and we would match on string, and we would unbox a string, or we would match on it for int and get an int, or match on it and get a float out.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I'd start needing to see like the matching in action. But yeah, all this code looks great. Yeah, really well done. Thank you.
Sweet. I think that is probably the extent of it. I'm going to pull up the TypeScript client on my left monitor just for reference. And I think maybe a good place for us to start actually coding is implementing the sync manifest, and then just kind of work our way through some of the rest of the API in client.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sweet. I am going to go use the restroom quick before we start coding here, but I will be right back.
Take your time. I'm going to pour a whiskey while we're waiting. All right, so pretty cool so far. And yeah, thanks all for those jokes. Those are good. And hello there, Cesar. I mean, bladder size is something you train. I think I haven't been doing it on purpose, but I think I've been practicing this bladder size thing for ages. Yeah, we even had Graham the dev and Todd talk about it when we had them as guests talking about accessibility, right? I got that streamer bladder. We're not going to be doing the C# right now. Yeah, sorry, let me change the title up while we're waiting. Yeah, exactly, Metamy. I mean, granted, I break the seal and we're good, but also, like, you know, there's water in whiskey, so I'm staying hydrated. But yeah, so OCaml SDK Day. Let me update the title over on YouTube as well. Let me find an emote for it. Camel emoji? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, camel, my camel. Yeah. Yeah, so Sidopolis. Basically, you know Vexilla? The whole, like, thing I've been working on for the past weeks, months, whatever? Dylan Mulroy is helping build out the OCAML SDK for Vexilla. And eventually we'll merge this into the main repo. No, come on, hon. We're not going to get into language wars here. They're all beautiful, unique snowflakes.
Thank you for the call out, Meta.
Oh, I didn't even hear you come back. All right, there we go.
Didn't even really say anything, so we're good. All right. Let's get to a spot where we can build. We have a type error. Types.manifest.empty. Right. Because it's not types.
Okay, let me get your screen showing. Let me hide my junk. And there we go. Cool. You saw the mouthing of "Oh Camel, my camel"? There you go.
So let's actually go back. This is still going to get us into a circular dependency. How do I want to do this?
And we may still want to get some, like, zoom in going. Like, maybe one bump if you can.
How we look in chat? More, less?
How's that feeling, chat? He could probably even bump it one more.
Ron could see the mouthing of "Oh camel, my camel."
Yeah, size is okay, but not very sharp. Yeah, that's the Twitch guest star thing. Their quality is not awesome. Something they probably need to work on at some point. We could probably just figure out, like, the screen share for that part a little differently. Maybe Discord would have a cleaner screen share? I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyone have any opinions on who does the best, like, fidelity screen sharing as, like, a platform? But yeah, so they're saying because of the fuzziness, maybe, like, another couple, like, bumps, if you can.
Yeah, sure. Let me make sure, too, that, like, I don't have, like, any OBS settings that I can tune up here.
Sure. Yeah, like, what do you broadcast at? Is it 1080p typically?
This should be 1440.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my guess is that Twitch is just mangling it.
Yeah, I think it's the virtual camera settings. I'm not sure. I have so these are the settings I have with my virtual camera. So I can set it to source. I don't know what's source. That probably wouldn't be useful. Yeah, I don't have a ton of settings I can configure here.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, not sure.
But, I mean, if you want to jump to Discord, we can do that as well. Or, yeah, if it's really bad, I'm down for whatever.
So Ron, he is using virtual camera. It's probably good enough, right? I think we can see it.
We'll just keep one buffer open at a time then.
I think the biggest problem is that it's probably getting mangled on the way to me consuming it, and then me re-uploading to Twitch is mangling it even further, which might be part of it.
It didn't look like it was OBS though. Ron, we're gonna get crazy here, but I have virtual camera going. That's what I selected as my source when I joined guest star. So it's definitely that. And the fact that I can switch scenes seems to tell me that it's working.
Yep.
Okay, so we're back to having a circular dependency problem. So I'm just going to shove these in our types module for now. So let's delete that. We're going to jump over to our types and find our manifest. And we're just going to throw this right there. And then we'll go back to client. And we should be able to say types.manifest. I don't think I have Dune running. Dune build watch. And Dune is just OCAML's build tool.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We got to jump back to our types because we don't need to have that annotated anymore. Now we have a problem in our manifest file, so we're just going to jump around and make the type system happy here.
Mm-hmm.
Almost there. And then I know it's types.manifest.empty, and we should get a successful build. Cool. Okay. So the next function that we want to build, I think, is probably our sync manifest, which I will copy this over and just paste it in above. This will be TypeScript. Let me get some spacing, and we will comment that. So we basically want to implement this now in OCaml.
Yep, and it basically just calls the methods that we've already made, but yeah, it just composes them.
Let's actually put that underneath there, and we'll jump down to the bottom of the file, and we'll say let sync, and we'll say will be a function. It doesn't look like it takes arguments, but does get takes a base URL. Because we don't have any sort of stateful class, we're gonna have to pass data down in here. So get needs a fetch hook.
Mm-hmm.
And this.get manifest.
Yeah, so sync should have had it too. Yeah, so there's probably a bug in my sync manifest because it should have had the fetch hook as well.
As an argument?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we will, you know what? I think I'm actually going to take the client and get. Okay, so there's some changes here that I didn't. Oh, that's flags. Sorry, I'm looking at another monitor here.
Okay.
So we need the base URL. So I think I'm gonna pass in client rather than base URL because the base URL is changing word client, and I'm gonna need to annotate that probably. Yank surrounded word. That will be a client.t, and then we can say client.base URL. That'll be similar to like in your code, you're calling this.base URL.
Yep.
We're just having to pass our value down through.
Okay. Real quick though, so we just had a raid. Many and Rond and Miss Madison Madness, Rev Deuce, Heroic Tashcan. Thank you all for the raids. Appreciate you. Real quick, what were y'all up to? You were doing some game dev. Yeah, how's your game going? And yeah, so for everyone joining from the raid, Dylan Mulroy here has hopped in, and we are collaboratively building out the OCAML SDK for my Vexilla feature flag tool. Yeah, exactly, Rond. You were lurking both. I get it.
Rond is always a raider.
Here's the thing. I lurk streams while I'm streaming, so I've actually raided into myself before. So that's always fun.
That's hilarious that that's even possible.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I do not have the attention discipline to lurk while I'm streaming.
So usually, like, the audio's not going, but, like, you know, I still, like, want to, like, I have a lurk to give, right? Like a view that Twitch is going to be able to, like, you know, boost, you know, give someone's number to. And sometimes I chat and, like, chime in. Like, I'll correct people who are obviously wrong in chat, but I can't hear the streamer usually.
Always got to correct the people that are wrong.
Oh yeah.
But also, yeah, like Chris said, thanks for the raid, y'all. Hopefully you learn something about OCAML here if you stick around. So if we continue with our approach here, we are going to copy effectively, I think, the same function definition as get. So we'll copy this. We need a client and we need our fetch hook. And in here, we're going to effectively say, this looks pretty close to our let star, which is our basically promise.await, or
await promise. Yeah, we know what you meant.
Promise, what was it? Promise.resolve?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, promise.resolve.
Equals, we'll call get, and we'll pass that in. And I don't know if that's what we want. Let's just return that for now. And we can return a unit, which is an empty value in a OCaml, basically, just to, so we get a manifest T. That looks good. We get this back. Let's see here. I think, oh yeah, because we handle the error case by returning empty, so it's not super important. I got confused there because we didn't have a result type. I was expecting to match on OK or error, but because our get will always return a manifest no matter what, it's just a promise and not a result. So we will always have our manifest there, and then we should be able to say set manifest with our client. And if we look up above, that's effectively just going to generate a new group lookup table based on the manifest groups. And then this is a lot like a spread in JavaScript or TypeScript. It would just be like ... client, and that would be like comma. Basically the same thing. So we're basically saying, hey, return me a new client with an updated manifest and an updated group lookup table.
Right, and that's because everything is immutable.
Right, exactly.
Cool.
And then we should actually be able to just do a LWT dot, let me center this, LWT return, and we'll do that. And that looks good. I think that's an equivalent function.
Sweet.
Cool. So let's check the type definition. We get a client T. We take a fetch hook, which takes a URI and can return an invalid manifest version error. And then we also take our fetch hook. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, cool. So that's implemented. Sweet. That was a lot easier than I was anticipating.
Okay. Yeah, looks good. And what's up, Filter? And yeah, Colton, sure, you can hire me to yell at you while you stream. That sounds fun. Or while you code. No big deal.
So what do we got next in this TypeScript file? We got some flag APIs. We have get flags, set flags, and sync flags. So we should make a flags module, and we will effectively copy a super similar pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's open this up, get a type T in, so our build's happy. And then I'm just gonna copy and paste the TypeScript over again, and we will effectively do the same thing.
Sure. Sounds good.
Cool.
And yeah, this is basically a similar pattern to what I do, like what I was doing today for the C# stuff. So, or not even today, but just like recently. So I implemented all like the methods and functions and like the important stuff, and I saved the JSON serialization step for last. So I assume we can probably do that same like flow with this.
That sounds good to me. Hopefully, JSON serialization.
Oh, deserialization, but yeah.
Yeah, both directions have been painful for me in my other project.
Okay.
The library I have been using doesn't have the best error messages, so it's hard to figure out what's going wrong sometimes. But we'll, so let's do let get, and I don't know why that indented so weird. And we need a file name, so we'll still need our client. And we'll call that our client.t. And we'll just put some formatting in here. There we go. We need a client T. We need a file name. Do fetch hook. And that should be able to be inferred. And a file name. So we'll just do file name. We can leave that as an unnamed one since it'll just be our last. It'll be our last argument. So basically, we'll do our two named arguments, and then when the type system sees that we get a string, it knows it's ready to fire off and execute the function.
So we may want to go with like a better name convention. So for the most part, doing this fetch of this exact file, we'll have to do a lookup on the group lookup table, right? So instead, file name might instead be like group ID or name or something like that, or group name or ID. I forget the order in which I do that.
All right, let's just assume it's a group ID right now.
Sure.
And then we can do. All right, so what does this do? If we don't have a manifest is not fetched. Let's see.
So hold on real quick. I need to chime in and discuss something. So Sedopolis, there's no such thing as a webhook, right? This is happening on your front end, right? So the clients don't expose anything to be hit from any other place. It's just a JSON file that sits somewhere. So it's really just polling is the way that would work. To set up any like event-based cache invalidation, that's kind of outside the scope of like the base thing, and that's where like a cloud platform would come into play, right? Just because, right, there are backend language clients, but that would involve you creating an endpoint for our like there is no backend for me to send a request from. Let me put it that way, Sedopolis. It's just a JSON file sitting on your server. I have no events that I can fire off at any point towards a webhook. So instead, polling is the way to do that. And polling is cheap and easy, right? For something that's just a static JSON file, you can even implement caching at like the header level of whatever static file is sitting there, and then you don't even have to fetch the whole thing. It's just cached.
1 second. Yeah.
Take your time. So yeah, backend clients, they're just clients, right? To expose a webhook would make it a server. And I'm not trying to like impose a server endpoint. If someone wants to implement something like that, sure. But again, our backend, like we don't have a backend for Vexilla. It's just a static JSON file. So there'd be nothing that could send to that webhook. All right, so yeah, so where are we at here?
We are. Could you kind of walk me through why we would want to pass in a group ID rather than a file name? Just out of curiosity.
So basically, let me see. If I can give you a good link and a link for other people too, that would help. If I get to Vexilla here, and we go look at, oh man, I gotta zoom way out on that. I get into packages and we look at test server. Then we look at fixtures. So here's the link. I'll pass that to you. Basically, what you're seeing in that folder, Yeah, including the config.json, that is exactly what would be sitting on your static file server. So there is no like pretty name that you could use to like fetch that file. But would we want users to memorize what that like ID looks like for those like individual like JSON files? Probably not. So instead, we let them pass either the group ID or the group name, and then at that point we use our lookup table to get the actual ID. So it gives them the power of passing either one, and then we just create the file lookup for them.
I see. So this is effectively what this like JSON file is, a group.
Exactly. So each one of these like ID'd files here, not config or manifest, but every other file there is a group. Exactly.
Awesome. Okay. I also have the Go client up, and this helps too, seeing that it's called group name or ID.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do.
Yeah, when I said it earlier, I wasn't saying like, oh, we could call it group name or group ID. No, it's like group name or ID is like the actual variable.
We could do something fun, like let's see here.
And so Koros, I do have a thing to push to GitHub, but GitHub is not the place that you want to actually like host these things, right? So eventually we could implement something, but it's more about like you don't necessarily know that the file has made it to your static host just because the PR has been made, right? So there's some like subtle things that are different there, right? GitHub is just an intermediary before you put it wherever you want to host it, because the goal of the goal of Vexilla is that maybe you could host the JSON file inside of your intranet somewhere, not even accessible to the internet, but it's still like within your organization you could consume it and all that. So really, like GitHub or any other VCS is just the thing that helps you track like accountability of who changed what when, because you get that full like Git history. So top 5, yeah, the goal is to support any VCS provider. Right now, GitHub is the first one we're supporting. GitLab, Bitbucket, Gitty will happen next, and then maybe even some way to do it for just random Git stuff, sure. But for now, GitHub's just like the initial implementation. Okay, so sorry to cut you off there, DM, just responding to comments, making sure things are as clear as possible.
All good. We're just going to have this type up here. And actually, this might make more sense as a polymorphic variant. We'll see.
Okay.
Let's type this guy here. Oops. And we can say group ID or name. And we can say that is of type ID of types dot group dot ID, or we can pass a name, which will be of types, group dot name.
So Sidopoulos, real quick, basically JSON is not streamable in the way that you're thinking. Right? You can't just parse part of a JSON file and assume that it's correct. So that's one of the flaws with JSON. Like you could try and do it and it's doable, but you don't actually know that you have a full valid JSON file if you're trying to do like the streaming parsing part. And you don't know which order the props are going to arrive in. So there's all sorts of reasons why you just can't stream parse the JSON file in a way that you could look at the version of if it was updated or not. With a JSON file, yes, you need full unmarshalling in pretty much every language because that's how JSON works. JSON requires a full unmarshal. So streaming means to like process it in chunks before you get to the end and maybe bail out before you're done. Technically, every single parser out there, even C#, all of them, when they're parsing JSON, they have to check that it's fully valid JSON first. No, sorry, Han. It's just a flaw of JSON. That's why things like why am I spacing on the name? Protobuf is useful because you can actually stream protobuf and you can dictate which order the props come in on. Whereas when you're serializing JSON from most applications, you cannot determine the order of those. Using XML, XML is actually stream parsable. So XML would be valuable if you weren't concerned with the bandwidth of fetching it, because the size of the XML file is going to be fairly large. So that is why there are so many other different types of encodings versus JSON. If all of them required to be like fully parsed, or JSON didn't need to be streamed, some of these like encoding formats wouldn't have even been needed, because JSON being streamable would have saved us from having to parse the entire thing anyway. In many cases, a JSON config is probably not large enough to make it worth streaming. Exactly, Sidopoulos. So what you were getting at, though, when you were saying is like add a version of when the file was updated so that we could know to fetch it, that's what cache headers are for, right? Wherever you're hosting a static file already has like an E tag or a last modified date or various things that your browser or your client can use to not have to fetch it, because it already got like the head of the request first and decided not to fetch the whole body. So, sorry about that, Dylan. Let's continue along.
Good. All good, all good. Okay. So, I've done some, I basically have this type here. So, group ID or name will be this variant that comes in that's either an ID, and it'll be of type group ID, or it'll be a name of group name.
Mm-hmm.
And we can...
So would it make sense to expose that as a common type? Because we will have that like group ID or name used in a bunch of places.
So the beauty of this kind of variant, when you see this backtick, is it's almost implicit. So you can just kind of like use these backticked variants on the fly without like a formal definition, which I can show you how that works. Actually, we'll have a better example later, but we'll also be able to delete this type annotation once we get through here. This is just to kind of help me as I write through this.
Sure. Yeah. So basically what I was getting at is this function takes in group ID or name. There's also going to be like 4 or 5 other functions like should or like should int, or depending on like how it gets done, but should and value are both going to need to take in a group ID or name as well, which is why it might make sense to have its own like specific type. Yeah.
So let's actually do that then. We can say type, I guess we can just call it group ID or name. That's not the worst name in the world.
Sure.
Explicit group ID or name. Perfect. This time we'll actually use just a normal variant, which means we have to namespace it when we use it, but that's okay.
Okay.
Let's jump back to, where were we? We were in the flags module. So this, delete to there, and we can say types dot group ID or name. There we go. And then we want to try to, we don't need to do this step.
Thanks for the follow, Yui and Baconfish. I'm sorry, say that again?
If we get a group name, will it have .json appended to it?
I wanted to maybe like allow the user to like accidentally pass it if they wanted.
Okay.
Right, so that's why I do the replace to just like scrub it just in case they passed it for some reason.
Cool. We can absolutely do that.
And I just realized I haven't been doing that for my other SDKs, so it's not the end of the world if we don't do that replace.
We will say match group ID or name, and here's, I guess this is going to be like one of our first match statements here. So if we do match, and we can say it'll be types dot group dot ID, which is the type constructor, and we'll get an ID out. ID. this, and we'll match every other case, and we'll just fail with, not implemented yet. To do. So we get a string, which makes sense. Or we're going to match on name, put that out. And if we get the name, we need to figure out how, I don't know the API off the top of my head, but string.replace, no.
Metame's pissed. You started writing a match without him. Big FOMO.
Listen, Meta was writing all sorts of match statements on his stream today.
Yeah, but Meta basically said, like, I gotta step away, don't do anything important while I'm gone. That was, like, the gist.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There has got to be a way to replace, right? You would think that has to be in every string. Escaped for all contains of bytes, 2 bytes. Let's see. Split on care. Technically, we on char we could do that, but that doesn't seem great. Okay, I actually don't know how to do replace in OCAML. This is not something I've had to do. So let's go pull up the old ChatGPT, see if we can get a result on that before we dive into the docs.
Sure. Yeah, I'd typically just Google it, but you know, like, yeah, same diff. Basically the same thing these days, huh?
Yeah, I've almost like replaced my Googling entirely with ChatGPT, but we'll do Google first. That might be better. Replace string OCaml. String replacement. Let's see here. We have a stir. It might be stir. Replace first. What else do we have here? Same as global replace, returns a string identical to S, except that all substrings of S that match the regular expression are replaced by template. Okay. The replacement template can contain /1/2. Okay. So we take a regular expression. There should be a type T in here then. Type regex.
Interesting that it does just regex from the default. Huh.
All right, let's see if Stack Overflow gives us anything useful here. That's some module. We don't want to do that. I think we can use stir here. That feels right. So we should be able to say, and maybe Copilot will help us. Let's see. Let's say we have a string that my stir equals test.json in, and then we'll say just let underscore stir dot global replace. I had this problem earlier today that stir was. Do I have to open stir? This is going to be in my Google history because I had to do this literally earlier today.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
Because it's part of the standard library. We're looking at it. Stir. OCaml stir is not available. Yeah, let's see what we find. Yep, purple link from today.
Nice. And yeah, Metame chimed in. People under 30 use GPT more than Google. DM is right on the cusp. Makes sense.
We're 30. All right, I guess we have to add on why stir is being advised against.
Oh.
Interesting. RE2, that's one I saw earlier. Yeah, we're just going to use stir for now. It's weird that I have to include it in my libraries, though. So potentially, to get access to this, we just need to jump to our Dune file, and in our libraries, add stir, maybe?
Okay.
And let's just do a clean, just make sure we're good here.
So one other option instead of like a replace could be like an ends with, and then you just like lop off the last 5 characters.
Yeah, let's see what we have on our string library here.
So I do see ends with, since 4.13.
Ends with, okay, we get
right, and then we could just do substring to length minus 5.
True, we could do that for sure.
Just depends, like, if it's worth bringing in a library for, you know?
Well, this should be part of the standard, which
Okay.
is why I'm confused. Like, it's right here. Stir.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. All right, let's see if we get it in scope now. If we don't, we'll take that approach you just mentioned. And,
Sure.
We can... what file were we in? We were in flags. So let's say, do we have stir now? We do have stir. Okay, cool. So, is that right? Let underscore, all right. Stir, right, equals global replace, takes a string regex, a string template, and an S. All right. I guess we would need to do like just like test.json there. Is that what it wants? Actually, so OCAML has this tool called utop. I'm not sure if we jumped into that last time, but it's basically a REPL.
Okay.
And we should be able to do, we'll just test this to be absolutely certain.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, right, we have Dune running. So let's kill Dune quick. In fact, we can just do this. Dune utop lib. Oh, of course, we have build errors. 27 and 33. We'll just ignore those.
Oh, 27 is the unused variable. Okay.
26, 27, and 33. 26, 27, and 33.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay. Now let's jump into utop. We'll load in our library. Don't know what those warnings are about. Not super important. And we'll say let file name equals test.json. And then we can say open stir. Now we should be able to do let updated, or let's just call it name equals stir.global replace, and it was stir.regex, and it was .json, and then we had that template thing, which I don't understand completely yet. So let's see what this gets us. That does what we want. So we can pass an empty string as template. I don't fully understand.
So it's like the value that's being replaced into like the thing that you're removing.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that like if we went back and we did that same expression again and we just did like
threw a foo into it, right? We'd see yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool. That makes way more sense.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so UTOP's super awesome too because you can just like straight up load your library code in, and because OCaml is like pretty much pure, it's really easy to just start working with any of your modules and playing around and testing code. I use it a lot more than I use REPLs in any other language. Like I know like Node obviously has a REPL available to it, but like can't remember the last time in the past 5 years I ever loaded into the Node REPL to like test my actual like library code.
Right, because like
Um,
dependencies and stuff are such a pain, right? So I'll like hop
right,
into a code sandbox or something just because I can bring in dependencies easier, right?
exactly. But Dune or UTOP makes it so easy to do that that I will. I don't do it super frequently, but I do it probably at least once or twice a week because it's so easy and it makes prototyping easy. Okay, so
So hold
this
on,
one.
Han just asked, is there a U bottom? Probably not.
U bottom.
All right.
Han, is there a U bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now we know how to do this. We can say when we match on name, we can do stir dot global replace, and then we can say our. In fact, we can probably just make like a module level regex. JSON.
So here's my question. Like, what does matching on name mean in this context? Because we don't actually know if it's a name or an ID.
That will be on the consumer or the client
Oh, they would actually
to
like give
specify.
it a type of name if they
Yeah,
wanted.
so when you call this, I can show you what it looks like to call this in
Okay.
a quick second.
Sure. Yeah. I think that makes more sense. Cool.
And we can do JSON regex that. Now we have our key. And then what do we do up here? We get our lookup table. In fact, it might even be worth. Let me split here and let's go look at our lookup table. How our what does our group lookup table look like? Is this a composite table?
No, it's just a regular group lookup table. Should be a single lookup table.
Okay, cool.
Right,
So
just
we'll
one
jump
level deep.
back to here, and we find table by key, and that can be a name or ID. It doesn't matter. Is that what we want? We'll see.
I think so.
I think so too, but we might have to do this in the match statement. So what I'm thinking is, well, we'll find out for sure here in a second.
So real quick, here's like an explanation for why we allow the ID or name, right? Because like a human being would typically just type name. The gist is I have a CLI tool that goes and fetches the JSON file and extracts out the IDs into enums or constants, depending on like the language, like for that. So you can bring it in and have like fully like type safe, like no magic strings around in your code, which is really cool. Like I like that. So yeah. So the main gist is, they could end up passing a constant to us that is evaluating to the string of the ID, but we just don't know, right? We want to give them the power of using magic strings if they want.
Okay, I am going to disable Copilot here for just a bit. So now we have our client, right? Our client has our group lookup table, and we should be able to do basically lookup table, lookup.table.find, and the first argument to our find function is a table, and that will be our client lookup table, and then we want to find our key. I want to see if this works. So key, yes, this expression has the type string, but an expression was expected of type string lookup table key. That's what I kind of expected.
Okay.
So what we're gonna want to do here actually is we're going to get the group ID in our match. So this will end up being group ID. And we can delete that for now. And we will say, or actually,
yeah, so
polymorphic variant in our. I have a clever idea. Go ahead.
Okay. No. Yeah. Do your clever thing then, real quick. And then we'll discuss after. I think that makes more sense.
So we'll return our poly. See how like when I match on group ID or name, I had to basically namespace this variant because this is a polymorphic variant with that backtick. I can just like implicitly use it without namespacing. And then down here, we'll say this is going to be name, and we'll just wrap this in parens. So now we have this type. We'll change this back to key. So now we have this ID of string or name of string, which is coincidentally the same type we're looking for over here. And because we're using polymorphic variants and they're implicit, this should hopefully, knock on wood, just work here. So we'll say let group ID equals, and then we'll say lookup dot table dot find, and it'll be our client dot group lookup table, and then we should be able to pass in key. And we have no type errors.
Aha! Okay. Yeah, nice. I like that. Yeah, yep, totally works.
That's super cool. Yeah, like writing stuff like that just feels like really good in OCAML. Like, just feels ergonomic.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our group ID now. If we don't have a group ID, we want to return a new error. So I have an error module, and we can come in here and make a new error. And we will say our new error is going to be called flag group not found. Group not found. And then we're going to have to, I know what I want to do here. There is a way, by default in OCaml, if you use regular variants, match statements like this will require you to exhaustively check it. Because it's a polymorphic variant, you have to do something a little special here. And we'll say it will be T. I believe this is called the refutation case, which basically forces you to exhaustively check a polymorphic variant.
Oh, okay. So exhaustive check is not required by default.
For polymorphic variants, because they can technically be added to, like the type can be expanded anywhere in the code. So like, let's say I have type TT and we could have :T. So we want all the types from type T and then foo. Old syntax. Maybe it's just T. Yeah. So now our TT has all the types within T and our foo. So you can kind of expand them. You can have them opened or closed. They're a little bit more powerful than regular variants. But if this were a regular variant, so like if we had type TT is foo and bar, and we had let TT to string, TT, and we only tried to match on foo, it should give me a type error and be like, hey, warning, this pattern matching is not exhaustive. Here's an example of a case you didn't match. So let's add our other case. I'm also not doing a great job at reading chat, so.
Oh, that's fine. I'm keeping up with chat.
Questions. Cool. Flag group not found. That is a super typo.
Yeah, fountain. Exactly. Yeah. I was gonna wait to like not interrupt your flow, but I had like I left it as a comment for myself so that I didn't like forget.
let's see what your error message was for this. Flag group not found in manifest. Okay. Flag group not found in manifest.
Metame just chimed in. You're mostly just missing his trolling as usual.
As usual. Listen, in my stream in the mornings, that's the only thing I end up paying attention to is Meta's trolling.
Okay. It happens.
And Rond. Classic Meta and Rond. Okay, so now we have a new error type, which is flag group not found. And we can come down here and we can say, we can actually turn this into like a little pipeline here. We'll say key, and we'll pipe that into our lookup table. And we'll jump over to K, and then we'll pipe, and then we'll say option. Since this returns an option, if I recall correctly. Yep, we return the option. We can turn an option into a result. Option.toResult. And our none value will be our new error type, which was, let me jump back over there. And we'll yeet that. Paste that in there. Option.none, that needs to be a colon. That.
So I noticed that you do a bunch of copy and paste. Does NeoVim not give you good like auto completion for that stuff? Is that something that the language server would benefit from at some point?
For the polymorphic variant, it won't have autocomplete because there's nothing in scope.
Okay.
The polymorphic variants can just be like created on the fly, so like this could literally be like cat dog.
Oh, okay.
And like it's totally fine.
Alone in the world was little cat dog.
Classic.
Yeah.
My millennialness is shining through.
Yep.
So now we should have a result here. Yeah. So we have a result. We will either have a group ID or an error of flag group not found. So now we can use our syntax module. So if we go look at syntax, I have a let binding for results. Result.bind, and our bind function, when we bind it to a let keyword, is basically going to say, I want you to unbox this result. If it's an OK value, I want you to assign the result or the value of the OK constructor to my variable. But if it's an error, I want you to return from this scope right now with the error value.
Oh, so it's almost in Rust, there's the idea of if you have your return type as like result or option or whatever, you can end your statement with a question mark and it will just bubble up the error of the result.
Yeah. I don't know Rust, but my understanding is it's the same sort of thing.
Okay. So yeah, that's awesome.
Use this let at. Actually, I wrote a pretty good comment here. So let at var equals result binds var to v when our result is an OK v. And in practice, that will look like, we'll say open syntax, and then we'll say open let, and we'll jump down to the bottom, and we'll say let at. So actually, let's look at this before, right? So right now, this is our result type. And when we add our let at, this is now just going to be our group ID of a string.
Okay.
And then, this is going to get even more fun because we have to turn that into a promise at some point. Next, we need to basically do our little fetch thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to look at how I did this in manifest earlier. So we did this. Okay. We'll come down here. Oops. We'll say let flags equals will it be multiple flag? What is the actual result type of this? A published group. I'll have to go look at what that type is.
Yeah, so the published group is it's the like that's from the TypeScript. For the most part, published group is the standard group, and then manifest group is the manifest version, which is just there's less props and it's a slightly different type.
Okay, well we can go type that here in a second or see how that makes sense. We're gonna see another cool let binding in a problem in a second, excuse me. So remember what I said about like if we why that I don't know why that's upset right now. Oh, because we need to return. Now that we started using result type, we have to return results. We can just say OK unit.
Right.
So if this is an error, we're going to return just an error type. Like, hey, we can't bind an OK value to group ID. Let's return the error value right now.
Yep.
But realistically, we need to return a result wrapped in a promise. So like this short circuit eventually isn't going to work. So at some point, we're going to have to figure out a way to basically wrap this group ID, if it short circuits, as an error in a result error. So that will be a problem we solve here in a second, which I have a nifty tool for. So we have our group ID. Now we need to do our network call. So we'll say let result equals QRI.with path, and it will be client.base URL, and what is it? The group ID. We will pass that into our fetch hook. So now let me close this. Our result type is going to be a promise. So the way we unbox a promise is with let star. And now it's like, now we're having type errors because if this fails, we need to return a promise, but this is just a normal result. So we can do lwt.return OK. Let's see here. What is this upset about? This expression has type unit A result LWT, but an expression was expected of type B flag group not found. Right. Okay. So to work through this, the first thing I want to do right now, this is mad because this is still trying to return a result. I have a let binding, which lifts a normal result up into a LWT result. So we can replace our @ symbol with this pipe, and it will basically just do that for us for free. So we do that, we should be good. We still get our group ID. Our type definition is going to be, right now we get a unit or a flag group not found error. And we have our result here. So let star. What did I do in the other file? Yeah, let star. Because the type of fetch, we get a result back. Right. This should actually probably be let plus. Type manifest.t. We might have to come back to that. All right, let's jump back here. And we will let star. And this should be our, I guess we have to type that now, but it'll be result. So that should be our full function for get.
So yeah, sorry, I'm just chiming in and responding. Basically, someone's like, "Oh, they're like a Zig person." And I was like, "Oh, you're a Zig person? Could you make a really good like date time library then? Because I need daylight savings time and like leap years and stuff, which the current like date time library for Zig doesn't support." So they were asking like what I would recommend as like a good like boilerplate or example of it in another language. And for me, like day.js is awesome. Date functions is another from like the JS world.
I love date functions.
Yeah, they're both awesome. But yeah, I can't think of like another language that does it too. And yeah, so Rond, I would point out that there is a date time library for Zig that's just missing a couple things. So realistically, you might be able to just like help that library fill in those blanks. So just something to think about. Not a big deal. Elixir date time is quite good too. Yeah.
Ooh, I haven't used that. The duration type in date functions is like one of my most used types when I work with time. I love that type so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rust has a really good date time library as well. Chrono, I think, is the name of it. It's a library, not part of the standard library, though. But yeah, it's also a really good one that has a really nice like duration, like implementation.
I need a date function in my life, said Han.
Heyo, yeah. Aw, forever alone.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think we should be able to actually potentially delete this type annotation. Yep. It will infer it from this match statement because it's looking backwards, and that's cool. I do think, I think if I typed this function, I think I might have a subtle bug because it's inferring incorrectly right now because it thinks our fetch hook is returning just a promise, and I think the actual type is returning a promise result. Yeah. So I think I need to come in here and I need to change this to that. Well, that just works. Well, maybe. I don't have Doom build running. Oh boy, we could have a bunch of issues.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Success.
Nice! That is one of the best feelings in the world. That's better than, like, so many drugs even, right? Like, you go and you make a bunch of changes, you forgot to compile, and it just works. Yeah.
So this is a little messy right now, but when we call this, we'll get proper inference. Okay. That looks good. I actually think I might want to fix manifest right now because I have the same issue.
Mm-hmm.
Get. Oh, no. Right. We talked about this earlier. Get is not going to return a result type because we default to the empty case in an error. Right. That's
for manifest at least. Yeah, and I'm not even like sold on that pattern. Maybe it should throw. I don't know. But for now, I think we're good.
Okay, well, get is now done. This should be identical to this get flags without throwing exceptions, and we have really solid inference and type safety. I wonder if we can even delete this. I don't think we're going to be able to, but yeah, no, we're not going to be able to delete that. So the only type we have to annotate is our client, and everything else is just perfectly inferred, which is awesome. So we can delete this. Yeah, I guess does chat have like any questions, comments, concerns on this get function? Chris, before we move on to the next one?
No, yeah, this looks good to me. Yeah, I would say it might be time for me to use the restroom because I broke the seal. But yeah,
good. I will entertain chat then.
Oh, yeah, I guess that works. I can leave it up. I was gonna do like my restroom scene, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna pour some water too.
Sounds good, man. Ron, you gotta stream tomorrow building this daytime library. I'm gonna be disappointed if you don't. Please tell us about your IDE setup. So I used NeoVim, and I actually have really well commented dot files. So if anyone is looking for some inspiration for their NeoVim setup, you can find it here. I try to comment it the best of my ability. I swapped back to PackerRond because I broke one of my plugins and I wasn't sure what the problem was, and I wanted to rule out lazy as the problem. Probably this weekend, I will do like a Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon stream where we refactor back to using lazy and actually set it up so it's lazy and not just like loads everything at startup time. I do intend to use the code you wrote, Ron, and I am very appreciative. I can't remember. I've broken like 3 things in my NeoVim setup this week because like multiple plugins like had major version updates, and I was like, yeah, I can take new major versions and everything will be fine. Indent line was one. Spectre might have broke. I don't know. Everything's fixed and current with what's on my GitHub. And if anyone in chat, has questions about NeoVim or configuring NeoVim, feel free to DM me anywhere. And I'm more than happy to help with NeoVim stuff. What to do with indent? I use, if you look at our plugins, this was one of the ones that just pushed a major. Where's Packer? So I use indent NeoVim, and they just changed their complete API. Where is it? Indent. Yeah, indent blankline.mvim. So we jump back to our after folder.
Oy.
And we go to plugin. And we look at
so I'm back.
Blankline. And this is what my indent stuff looks like now. Well, I'm going to DM you all over. Meta, I have you blocked on every platform, so don't worry about it. I don't know. I felt like I was getting some input lag, Ron, when I enabled the scope stuff. I'm going to have to play with it again this weekend. Sorry, Ron cribbed my nvim config.
Oh, that's fine.
2 days ago.
Yeah, seems cool.
Sorry, I'm probably blinding everyone right now.
I mean, they need some sunlight in their life.
Yeah, go touch grass, everyone. It's good to get outside every once in a while. Okay. How do I get nvim working in Emacs? Brew uninstall Emacs and brew install NeoVim. You can thank me later, Meta.
I'm not big on the language, like the editor wars, but there is like a really good joke about Emacs that I just love and can't keep from repeating. It's basically, man, Emacs is one hell of an operating system. It's just a shame it doesn't ship a good editor.
Classic. Classic. I don't really have anything against Emacs other than, like, I love NeoVim for the simple fact that I can configure it with Lua. And, like, Lua is just such a simple language that you can basically make anything happen very easily. Like, you just have to know your basic primitives and the table. And
metatables.
I use your fuzzy finder NeoVim docs all the time, Chris. I have it bookmarked, and, like, probably once a day I'm on your fuzzy finder docs.
Really? I didn't realize. Like,
Yeah.
I've actually seen that someone's been using it. You're the one. Like, you're literally the one.
If you have like a random IP address from Raleigh, that's me.
No, so like Algolia just tells me like how many users, and it's typically like just one. So that's really good.
It's all me, baby.
That's
Keep
funny.
it alive.
Hell yeah.
I use it all the time.
That is actually amazing to me. Oh, that's, yeah, thank you. Thank you for dog fooding it. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
All right, so we got get, right? Yeah, we did, or no, we're not on manifest anymore. What am I doing? We're on get flags. We did get.
Oh, hold on. Joseph asking, what's the plugin? So Joseph, were you asking about like the fuzzy finding thing? Because that's actually just a different like set of docs for NeoVim that I just did like as fun.
Yeah, I should actually have it like bookmarked in my dev resources. Help NeoVim docs. There it is. Every day.
Bam. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no worries, Joseph. Yep. And yeah, that was over on YouTube. Yeah, no worries. See, I made that in prep for VimConf or whatever last year. Super fun. Yeah. I actually did my parsing of like the NeoVim documentation using regular expressions at first, and that was a terrible idea. So yeah, like part of my talk was basically like, yeah, I did that. I regret it. Here's using like a tree sitter to do so instead. So that was fun.
Dude, tree sitter's amazing.
It is a really cool
tool.
tool.
For like totally like one-off things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer this question. Sudo, please ask, what resources did you use to get started in OCaml? Let me share them with you because there's two in particular that are super good. First, I'm just gonna pitch or shill OCaml.org. If you're on tech Twitter and have seen the OCaml memes, you'll probably have seen a woman by the name of Sabine. She is one of the stewards and maintainers of OCaml.org, and her team at Tarides, I'm not sure how to say the company, but they basically maintain OCaml.org, and they have been doing a ton of amazing work to make the onboarding experience and the learning docs way better for OCaml and bring them kind of way more up to speed with like a modern, what you would expect from a modern language and ecosystem. So definitely, check here and go through the learn stuff. I know there's a bunch of new tutorials coming out in the next couple weeks to months. Like it's all getting an overhaul. But in the meantime, I would recommend what is this? The course OCaml 3310, is that it? Yeah, here we go. CS31110. This for me was hands down the best resource. I got you, Sudo. This was the best resource for me to start learning. There is a YouTube playlist with it. The instructor is very personable, very good at instructing. The YouTube videos are short and sweet and to the point. And like, honestly, TJ DeVries had a good tweet about this recently about if you're trying to learn something, open up like the docs or the book on your phone. And when you would naturally go to open like Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, open up, this book and just read a chapter or a page. Yeah. The other one is Real World OCaml. This is also a really, really good resource.
Nice.
Yeah, those ones, that will get you a lot of the way there. And then the best advice I can give to everyone trying to learn any sort of programming thing is just build stuff. Like the only way you learn is struggling through it and failing and having to Google and going to Stack Overflow and asking on Twitter and Discords and ChatGPT. Like it never gets easier. Like I've been doing this professionally for 10 years and it's the only way you learn is struggling through it. So just build something you think is cool and struggle through it.
So here's another point I want to make that I really like for learning a new language. Take something that you've built in another language and rebuild it in the new language, because then you're not having to solve like business logic problems. You're just solving like the language problems, right? Syntax issues and library concerns, rather than, well, what happens when a user clicks that button, So yeah, I really like porting and building in different languages, just right, like what we're doing right now with Vexilla, basically.
That was kind of like what inspired my comment earlier when I was just in chat, where I was like, building a Vexilla client, like even just some bare bone minimal set of features could be like a really good interview question, because like you have all these examples of other clients and just like, hey, here's like the API you need to fulfill. Let's do it and get as far as you can, and then let's maybe pair on the rest of it. That would
Exactly.
be a super fun, good interview.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm cleaning.
Oh, take your time. Here. Yeah, it's similar to why the like the to-do list app is so common for front-end frameworks, you know, because it's the same logic. You're not figuring out what it needs to do. You just need to figure out how to make it do it, right? With different frameworks, etc. So, hugely useful.
Cool. Okay. Let's see here. We should be able to probably knock out. Oh no, I opened Slack. We don't want to do that. The next item is set flags or sync flags, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we need set first because then sync consumes both, right?
Okay, cool. So we'll do set flags. So let's jump down. Let me paste in the. Oh, this looks more complicated.
Yeah, this one gets deep.
Set. I like it. So let's actually let's do a vertical split, maybe. And actually, no, we want to do a vnew, and we'll set the file type. Well, I guess we don't need to because it's just going to be a comment.
Let me shout out some follows I missed real quick. So, oh man, a bunch of them. Somar, Trevedelic, Unauthorized, iBound Game. I don't know how to pronounce that. IBND. Zach, James Spawned, and Quad Nicotina. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Yeah, appreciate you being here. Thank you. And anyone that hasn't followed yet, I appreciate you being here too.
Okay. Let's see here. So your set flags in the Go client, this is just kind of what I'm looking at here. We take a group name or ID similar to our get, and we also take a group. So I assume we're going to set this group to this name or ID.
Yep.
We look up the group ID out of the group lookup table. Right. We set it in the flags group table. Okay. Client.environment. Okay, we do some nil checks. We're going to loop over our environments, and we're going to say for each environment in our group's environments, we're going to set the environment lookup table group ID. Okay, so we're just making two entries for both the name and the ID. What would be our composite table?
Yep.
Equal to the environment ID. Okay, that makes sense.
So the reason for a bunch of this is basically you could theoretically have different environments per like flag group. So you could have like dev, staging, prod for one flag group, and then maybe you only care about, you know, dev and prod in another, you know, things like that.
Clever. I'm not gonna lie, I might try to use this Vexilla client maybe on some of my Spotify stuff when we start releasing stuff.
Yeah, I'd be really stoked if you did. Yeah.
Dog food the client.
Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we need to take then a group name or ID and a group. So how do we want to pass that? Let's just say
oh, right, because it's all curried, right? Like the separate arguments make it a little trickier, right?
We'll do a named parameter for group, and then the last argument will just be group ID or name. Equals, and we'll do that. Get some, yep, we're building, cool, we'll bump that down. And then the first thing we want to do is we want to get our key. So we can basically copy that same code. In fact, we can copy that. We might want to eventually move that into some sort of helper.
Sure.
But not super important yet. And we're looking in the group lookup table. don't need to return a promise yet, so we can bump that back to an add. Okay. All right, we are type checked. So now we have our group ID, or we're returning a flag group not found. So we're at the point of either getting the group ID or returning an error result. Let's think about this. So we have this handled. And then in our flags group table, which is a hash table, flag groups should be a hash table that is keyed by group ID to a group. Is that correct?
Yep.
Cool. All right, then we'll set that. So we'll say lookup dot table. Well, actually, it's a hash table. So it'll be hash table dot set add hash table add table. What is my key binding for this? What is it? How do I scroll? Is it Control D? Oh my goodness. There we go. Skill issues, everyone.
See, I just use my trackpad and we're good. So much easier.
In that case, I will concede. I will concede the mouse would be useful.
Well, it's rare. Like, even Prime uses a mouse from time to time. It's not like, it's not like he unplugged it from his computer.
Yeah, I definitely will not die on the hill of, like, I only use my keyboard. But I do think Vim motions are something that can improve almost anybody's workflow, generally.
Yeah, it makes sense. I like the idea of moving my hands from the keyboard just for, like, the not keeping my hands in the same, like, posture at all times. Because I feel like that's where, like, the repetitive stress really gets you. And I have a trackpad instead of a mouse. So the trackpad allows me to not be, like, claw grip on a mouse. And I can just, like, super neutral wrist position.
I feel like the trackpad's a good idea. I actually found that I had a lot of hand pain go away when I started using Vim. Rather than switching back and forth between, well, it's probably a combination of just like VS Code's like default key bindings. Like a lot of those are like not very ergonomic, so you're like kind of like all over the place trying to like.
Oh, and I bet it forces you to do like micro adjustments with your wrist, right? Like to get to like the backspace key or some bullshit, something just out of reach.
Yeah, I did notice like. I used to sleep with like a wrist guard on my wrist like a year ago when I was still using VS Code. Not that I want to blame VS Code for repetitive stress injuries.
Right, because that's typically like just bad posture. Like you should be moving from the elbow and shoulder, not your wrist, technically.
Right. But since I like just because I can just like stay in one position and all my keybinds are like right there without having to move in like weird directions to get keybinds. It like kind of resolved itself, and maybe that's just in my head, but who knows?
See, I just linked a clip in my chat there. It's called Professional Typist. I have a split keyboard in the clip, and I do like the crossover. Technically, because there was a delay on my cameras, like I forget which one, it looks like it do the no-look crossover to the T. So it's like, like, yeah. It's kind of fun.
Do you use a split keyboard?
Not right now. I need to like. It's like some asshole just like spilled a bunch of like whiskey Coca-Cola on my keyboard at one point. So now I need to like I need to rinse it. And that asshole is me, by the way. Like keep that in mind. Oh. Yeah. But like
also, still my comment stays. Like it still holds. But no.
Yeah, it's a bummer. But, like, really, I have distilled water. I just haven't, like, seen fit to do it. Because, again, I have, like, really good, like, neutral wrist posture while I type. So, as long as you're maintaining that, you're fine. Like, split keyboard's nice. Go ahead.
I'm interested in a split keyboard just for having like the keys at your thumb for doing like more ergonomic keybinds.
So not all splits have that, but yeah, my split doesn't have that. But yeah, like the thumb cluster is very useful, especially for people that do a lot of Vim.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm like, and like my typing speed's fine. Like I probably am like 95-ish good words per minute, and then if I'm really trying to yeet it, like get up to 130, but my accuracy will be dog water.
Okay.
But like if my speed went down to like 65, like is that really going to change anything in my day-to-day work? Like no.
I'm pretty sure I type at
Would I
like
rather
30.
Yeah, right? Like speed doesn't matter really that much after a certain point. So like if I'm typing 65 versus 95, but I have more ergonomic key bindings, like I'm going to do that.
Yep. Yeah, I think the big thing is like as devs, we spend more time reading code than we do writing code. Right? Writing code is the 20% of our time. To optimize for 20% of your time just isn't worth it most of the time. So, yeah, personally, like my whole goal is to make sure I understand what I'm reading and how I'm like working with my code and right, like improving like my memory of like where things are, etc. I think that is a far more useful like tool in my quiver than typing fast for what I do, at least.
I feel that for sure. Raviko said, split keyboard is awesome if you only code at your desk. If you bounce around all over the place with the laptop, it's annoying. That's a fair point. Having to like, even now, like when I switch from my keyboard, I use like a 60% width keyboard, and like my caps lock key toggles the next layer, and then I use HJKL as my arrow keys.
Oh, interesting.
So when I use just my MacBook, I like end up pressing caps lock sometimes and trying to like move around with HJKL, and it just like turns on caps lock.
Right? Yeah, I think just like the context switching of like different keyboards becomes like a concern. Yeah. Yeah, I get that for sure.
Okay, so we've got our we're at the point where we've added to our client feature lookup table. We've added group ID, our group, which comes in as a parameter.
Mm-hmm.
This is looking pretty cool. Yeah. Isn't group technically a group ID?
No. Group is like the full group, like the struct or whatever. Right? So this table is not a like. Hold on. Client feature lookup table should actually like. I don't think feature lookup table is what we're looking for. Hold on.
No, I do actually.
Flag groups we want to set, like the actual group. Yeah. But feature lookup table is going to be just for like the ID stuff.
Yeah, okay. So then we want to add a group ID and a group. And that'll be that. Yeah, now it should infer our type.
There you go.
And I could have typed that up top and that would have caught that. A lot of times what I'll do is like when I start writing a function, I will annotate my types to start, just as like a good reminder to myself of what I want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get through writing the whole thing, I'll delete the annotations and the inference will just be correct.
Right? Like this is almost the argument that Theo and Prime have had previously, where like Prime really likes annotating the return type and Theo would much rather have it be like inferred. Right? And I think it depends on if you're in the prototyping phase or in another part of it, right? If you're creating this function from scratch, I want to make sure I'm returning the exact type, you know? I don't want it to infer some weird union, you know?
I have thoughts, TM, on that whole debate. I'm, in the case of TypeScript, I'm on team always annotate your return type, just because of the way TypeScript does inference, which goes back to like it infers type definitions rather than types, and that can put like burdens on callers rather than where you're at and be really confusing. Prime has a ton of videos on this, which I'm sure you're aware, Chris, but for chat, if you YouTube this, you will find about 1,000 videos probably from like everyone, including Theo and Prime. You can come to your own conclusions, but I'm definitely when working with TypeScript, I prefer to annotate my return types. And even like in a lot of the code I write in OCaml, a lot of the times if it's more complicated than just like returning a relatively simple type or there's a lot going on, I will still annotate my types. Like I don't know if you saw the Twitter thread I had last night on Vexilla code.
Oh,
I had my
definitely.
types.
Yeah, it helped uncover a couple bugs I have for sure. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, like I had all my types annotated, and I forget the person's name. It was the Reason ML dev from Vercel. They wanted to see what the code looked like without the
Oh,
type annotation.
that was the person who made the comment about the like the return fetch not actually like throwing, right? The catch would never happen because like I'm not actually like letting it happen. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That same person, like, yeah, really good feedback. I totally forgot about that. I had to double check it this morning just because like, wait, really? Hold on. Because it's one of those things that's very simple to forget.
Yeah, I feel like my intuition or my instinct is to like generally annotate types that aren't primitives maybe, or that aren't just like self-evident from the name, or like if the function's longer than a couple lines, I'll annotate it just because like if someone else comes to work in the code, like it's just nice to see what the type is without having to pull up hover docs.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, again, like it comes down to we spend more time reading code than writing code. So anything you could do to enhance readability, like really is like the biggest win you could have code wise, in my opinion. But yeah,
Yeah,
like
and
that's
like
the whole like clean code movement and all that too.
before we publish this or merge into the repo, like I will definitely go over this and probably like annotate a bunch of types so it's at least more user friendly to people that aren't accustomed to OCaml to start contributing. Because I would love for this to become a project where everyone in chat tries to open some PRs against an OCaml project.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Cool. Okay, so we've set our flag group. That hash table happened there. And then we should not end up in a case where we have a nil. So we don't really have to worry about this. Also don't have to worry about this. So the next thing we have to do is this piece right here. And we're going to loop over our group environments. I guess we should check that our group is typed correctly. So we have a environments table on our group. Does Go like implicitly map over, like does the range keyword map over maps?
Yes, it does. Yep. So basically what we're looking at there is a key value and the underscore is the key that we're not using and the value is the environment.
Ah, okay. It's been a hot minute since I've written some Go.
Yep.
Okay, so then we should be able to, what are we saying here? Environment lookup. So we should be able to say let unit equals list.iter. So just like in JavaScript or TypeScript, where you call for each each in JavaScript and TypeScript returns undefined. List.iter in OCaml or ReasonML also returns undefined, but we call that unit. So we'll say let unit equals our iter.
Okay.
Iterate over the key values. We're gonna have to figure out how to iterate over a hash table, which I haven't done, but I'm sure there's like to sequence. Right there it is, to sequence.
Okay, nice.
Let me see if there's a to list. Not that it really matters. Sequences.
So what is difference between sequence and list?
Yeah, so I probably am not going to give a perfect answer on this, but my understanding is that a sequence is almost like an iterator in TypeScript or JavaScript, where you can't make an assumption that the list is finite or infinite, whereas a list is.
Right.
I actually think this is in the docs. Which,
okay.
I have this up right here. Sorry, I need to install Dark Reader, but we'll just deal with that for now.
It's fine.
A sequence of type A can be thought of as a delayed list. That is A list whose elements are computed only when they are demanded by a consumer, again, like an iterator. This allows us sequences to be produced and transformed lazily, one element at a time, rather than eagerly, all elements at once. That's interesting.
Oh, so basically you could do a combinator of multiple things that modify items in the sequence, and it would kind of like roll them up together as like a single like iteration through the list.
That's actually cool. I didn't know that sequences were lazy by default.
Yeah, that's genius. So I actually had to do that for a project at like the client agency I used to work at, where I needed to like map over and filter a bunch of things, and it made the code just easier to reason about. But because we were doing like a map or like an iteration over like 1,000 things, that means we're doing like multiple thousand things to do like a map and then a filter and then a whatever, right? So instead, I used a library called lazy.js that would actually like make it to where it's a single iteration, but doing all of these things at once. So yeah, it was really cool.
That's cool. I know that OCAML has like a lazy module, and like probably Meta right now is rolling his eyes since Haskell's like lazy by default. Yeah.
I'm gonna link lazy.js for stream because I bet there's people out there that have had this problem.
And
so, yeah.
Clojure's lazy apparently too, according to Meta.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of use cases for like lazy evaluation, but like what you just described, perfect use case.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It was a really fun problem, especially because the person that worked on the project before me, they had given like a talk at like our like, you know, lunchtime, like, hey, let's learn together, blah, blah, blah. And they gave a talk about how cool like recursion is. And I ended up completely gutting the thing they did for recursion because they had only tested against like 100 items, and at 1,000 items, it was so like non-performant. Like you'd click a thing and it'd take like 3 seconds to like recalculate the UI because they were doing everything like on the render loop instead of like when the click happened, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say a tail call optimization problem, but also just doing too much work at the wrong time.
Exactly. It was a timing issue more than anything. Like they were doing it in the render loop, which is just whenever anything changes. And instead I could just do it the only time that it changed, the event that changed it. So yeah, understanding when to do work is a huge thing that will improve your front-end applications for anyone out there like listening. Like seriously, understand when to do your heavy lifting. And yes, I ended up needing to implement a bunch of like lookup tables instead of like the recursive like magic they were doing. But again, because I was doing it when the click happened, I was able to make it like work in that moment, and it was so much more performant. It was really cool.
Ooh, we can do 2 sequence values because we don't need the keys, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
So let's grab the values, and then we're going to say, because list.iter doesn't work on sequences, we're going to convert that to a list.ofSequence. Okay. I'm just going to open this further. And then we need a function. Function x take unit. Just want to see if this type checks quick. Perfect. All right, we're type checked. This should be an environment. Beautiful.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. And then what do we do over here? We're just entering them into the environment lookup table with the group ID, which we have, and then the environment. Cool. Change to there, mix that, and then we're gonna do it'll be lookup dot table. I guess this is composite table, right? Because it's a group ID to, or no, what is environment table? I have to go look. I'm already
environment table is a composite table for sure. Yep.
Okay, cool. So we'll say composite table dot add and then it's a group ID, and then that's interesting because it needs to take wouldn't add have to take like a child table for the table?
Yeah, so you'd have to instantiate a new table if it's not there, right?
I see what you're doing. You're like mapping into the second layer here.
Yep.
Okay, let me think about how we're gonna do this.
And that's where that like earlier section of like if the nested table isn't there, we got to create it.
Right. Right. This is making more sense. Okay, so we have our group ID and we want to, okay, so I guess we should do that step.
Right? Like we thought we could ignore it, but really like because it's nested, we can't assume too much, right?
Right.
So,
I don't think I like deeply create. So when I make a composite table and we call make hash table create, yeah. I mean, we could technically like create another one under the covers. Maybe that's not the worst idea.
Sure.
Well, no, because we need, right, that wouldn't actually make sense because we need to key it to a group ID and we don't have a group ID at instantiation time.
Good. Yeah. Touche. Good call.
Right. Okay. So we are going to have to do this. Okay. So we set our group and now we need to be like, hey, do we have, I guess we have, let's see what, do we have a has? No. Mem, I think that's what they call it. Yeah. Hash table mem table x checks if x is bound in table. That is what we want, I think. We have like.
Is that like an exists? Like what does mem stand for or mean? Member. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Got it.
I'm gonna top off my whiskey quick.
Yep.
Okay. So we will say if I guess actually we're probably gonna have to go update our lookup table since it is like a wrapper around a hash table. Let's go to lookup. You can swap sides. Do this. And our composite table actually needs oh, interesting. What is the difference between defined op and mem? Hash table dot mem. It returns a boolean. Oh, find will return the value of a key. Right. Okay, let's just add mem because I think that's a useful function to have anyways.
Sure.
Let mem, and that's going to take a key. Well, it's going to take a table and a key, and it will be hash table dot mem table key. And it should return a boolean. Yep. Okay. Let's do this on both of these.
And yeah, this seems like the methods that you have to implement on the table seem a little redundant just because there's no inheritance. So like you kind of just have to make it, you know?
We could use this thing called a functor to kind of generalize this. But that's probably not worth spending time on right now.
Sure. It could be a good refactor later, you know? Yeah.
It could be, yeah. So functors are different in OCAML than they are in Haskell. In Haskell, meta
Sorry, we just had two people chime in at the exact same time. Functor, barely know her. And then PM Walls was hardly know her. Like, yeah, so. Man.
My Nightbot, or whatever my stream bot is, if you type Functor in chat, it responds with, I hardly know her.
Okay. There you go. So it's a meme from your channel even. Awesome. I like that.
I guess. I don't even know where it started. But Meta, I'm going to have to rely on you or any of the Hasklers in chat. Because I do not have a strong math background or category theory or type theory background, but I think a functor at a high level is basically a type that implements the map function in most languages. Now in OCAML, a functor is basically a function at the module level that takes a module and returns a new module. So functors are basically just like factories for producing new modules.
Okay.
And hopefully somebody in chat can just like nerd snipe me and give me the looks up white papers from 1985.
I know, right? Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, long story short, in OCaml, a functor is basically just a module that accepts another module and spits out another module. Like, yo, dog, I heard you like modules in your modules.
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, that's fine. It's a higher order module. No big deal.
Yeah, so you could basically say, like, I have, like, a module make, which takes some module that has a key and value and then spits out a wrapper around a hash table. And then you could use that functor to basically spit out both of these things without typing everything twice.
Okay. I just made a joke I wanted to share with you. So, like, higher order module, HOM is where the heart is. Boom, nailed it.
Nailed it. Mic drop. Yes, it's a data type that can be mapped over in Haskell.
Okay, cool.
Let's go. I'm learning, everyone. I'm a real functional programmer now.
So yeah, you can help us make the Vexilla Haskell SDK at some point too. Shit.
You know, we'll leave that up to Pick to do.
All right. So I actually tried for a bit, and I got like somewhat part of the way there. I'm pretty sure I had a previous coworker jump in, and they were like trying to like backseat a little too much, and they've never come back since. So, you know, I might not have been as diplomatic in my "hey, don't backseat" commentary.
That's all right.
It happens.
Just brings out the rage in everybody.
I've gotten better at accepting some of the backseating, but yeah, still.
So we take this, and the thing we want to look in, let me bump this open, and we wanted the other no name? Yeah, there it is. So we basically want to say, if we have a member, client dot environment lookup table, and we want to say group ID, then what do we want to do? What are we saying? Oh, you're setting it on the client. I see. So we'll just say we will bind a new variable. We'll say let that. Then it'll be
right, and because no mutability, right? Got to just reassign the value, right? Is that
well here?
Oh,
I'm just using an if statement as an expression.
Right. But like creating the new environment lookup table is really the part I was talking about.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we will have to
like reassign that to the prop or whatever. I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna have to probably return the client as a whole here.
Oh, right, because again, no mutability. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that imposes a bunch of stuff on us. And I feel like we're running into some of the same issues I was having with even my like older, like, you know, the 0.x version of the Haskell client. I was running into some of these things like, oh, I just want to set a key on a thing without having to return a new client. Like, so yeah, I get it.
We technically could make these mutable. Like in here, we could just mark this as like mutable.
Oh, really? Is that actually a thing? I thought it was like required to not do mutability. Mutable actually exists. Oh.
We can do this.
But it's frowned upon. It's not idiomatic, maybe?
I haven't found a lot of use cases for it. I wouldn't say it's not idiomatic, but I would definitely say like purity is probably desirable and more aromatic or aromatic, idiomatic.
Aromatic would be if it didn't quite smell right, which is a different thing.
Yes, our environment hash table, just the best sense. I'm getting
subtle notes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Is that oak? No, maple. Right? Like, yeah, for sure.
All right, so if we have it, we can effectively look it up out of it. So we can say, let's see here, lookup dot composite table dot find. Oh, this is gonna return an option, isn't it? Ooh, I have a better idea than this if statement here. So let's say lookup dot composite table dot find, and we'll pass in what do we pass in? We pass in our client dot environment lookup table, and then this takes a which is a group ID, and right now this should be an option. That would be the child lookup table.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to say for that, actually, let's pipe that into option.value. And option.value should have a default. And our default will be a lookup table dot make. So this is basically saying, like, if we get a none back from our find operation, which returns an option type, we want to just make a new table. Right. Otherwise, we're going to use the sum value, which will be the table we found.
Okay.
And we can say make, and that will give us a default table size of 10, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's what we decided on last time, right? That's the default table size?
Yeah, right? Yeah, I agree with that, for sure.
So now we should have, yeah, this looks like our composite table. It is.
Cool.
So we have a yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. We have our lookup table. So let's look at our, we've got that good. And then we can do our in, and we will say if wait, what is this doing here? If it doesn't have the group ID, I think that's what we just did, right? Find lookup table group ID. So we just did this check, right?
Yes.
We don't have to worry about that one because we're always instantiating to like a top level composite table. We just did this check. Now we do this. Okay. Good old Golang.
Yeah, it actually helps out. Like, the fact that it's mutable does make some of the code really easy, but it still gives us, like, the patterns and steps we need that matter.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this last time on stream. I like referencing Go code just for ideas on how to write OCAML, weird enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so now we're iterating over our list of environments, and this is going to be an environment.t, and we want to just set that in our table. We got our environment table. All right, I'm losing myself here on my types a little bit. Client.environment table. Okay, I see where we're at. So this is a composite table. I'm just gonna write a type annotation here so I don't get too confused.
Yeah.
Lookup composite table dot. Actually, I might even be able to import this from client. No, that might end up in a circular dependency. So we have a types dot group dot ID is the top level key, and then we have a types dot environment. Let's go look how I typed this before. I'm just gonna copy that. All right, what is this subset about?
And you couldn't use that environment lookup table type because you want to avoid the circular, right?
I think I could here right now, right? Because I'm importing the client T. I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
So I could technically do this, and I think I could do client dot environment lookup table equals. This is good because this might have just found a problem. So what is our problem here? Expression has type string lookup table key string hash table T, but an expression was expected of string. It's generally the last thing you want to read. Like it's almost like TypeScript where like the very last line is the useful bit. This expression has type string lookup table key to string dash table, which is our composite table type.
So it's basically saying like a standard string is not equivalent to the whole like ID of string or name of string like union.
Right. Right.
So instead we might want to reuse that whatever like type is for the return or like the value type of that lookup table. I'm just double checking like that I'm even like making sense in my own head. That's it.
No, you are. Trust me. ID of string is not type string. So it's saying that our key, which is this, is not compatible with this, which is true. But our composite type, the outer type should be a string.
So we did just create that like alias like union type, right? So we might not have updated the lookup table types because of that.
Composite ID, entity name. Key. T is key. I think this needs to be ID. Maybe. Is this how you do this? I don't think this is how you do this. No, that should go. So when we do this, we're saying up here, T is ID and name. That becomes key. We get those values. All right, I am getting a little lost here myself. All right, where were we? We were in flags. So if we just find that, let's just say we get rid of this option, right? And we call this an option type. Is that okay? It's not. But it, oh, because we are getting, when we find, we're not getting the composite table, we're getting the child table, right? Because we're looking up the outer, that makes sense.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so I bet if I change this to lookup, this actually makes complete sense. Turns out the type system was telling us the truth. This should be types dot environment dot ID and types dot environment dot name, lookup table, and then option. And I'm hoping this type checks. Does that have to be, is it star here? I never remember this. Table expects 2 arguments, but here it's what am I doing wrong? Oh, there we go. Right, because we have variants in there, it's lowercase. There we go, that type checks. Okay, that is what we have. And then if we do this, and we get rid of the option, there we go. That is our type. We have a normal lookup table where we can, the key is effectively an environment ID or an environment name.
Okay, yep.
I feel better about where we're at. That just took a minute to work through.
Yeah, it works.
See, this is where like annotating your types can really help because it like forces you to nail it. So here we have a type environment, and we want to say in our environment table, let's see here. Our loop. So we already have, we're working on this subtable, right? We don't have to worry about this outside one because we've already retrieved it. I think that's also partially what was screwing me up. So we want to, we want to set the name and we want to set the key. Right, so it's not the composite table. It is the normal table. And it will not be, it will be backtick ID. And it'll be, probably have to put that in parentheses, ID. And it'll be, this is our environment. So we'll just call that environment. That is a word I spell wrong almost every time I type it.
That's totally fine. Yep.
Environment.id.
When I'm typing too fast, I do get commit instead of like commit. It's a big one I do.
That's what I do. When I do clone, I do clones. CLONSE.
Nice.
Every time, without fail. And the first argument to add is the hash table, and we have the environment lookup table. And then we need to just surround this in a parenthesis. All right, unbound record field environment ID. That's weird that it can't figure it out. The environment table, it's ID to ID and name to ID, right?
So environment might have environment ID instead of it like just .id. Maybe not. I don't remember. No, looks like it is ID.
Yeah, we have, here's our type T. We have an ID. Okay. I might just, this is still partially applied, so we also have to pass an environment ID here, which will be the value. So let's just type this for now. And we can like, there's a bunch of ways to, we could do a local open, or we could open the module higher. There we go. Okay, that looks good. And then we want to basically copy the same line, I guess down to here actually. Yoink that, go to here, insert that, and we're going to make a new line. We're going to paste the same thing. And rather than adding it by ID, we want to add it by name.
Yep.
That looks good. Okay. So now we've updated for each of our environments. We have updated our inner environment table. And now we can update our outer environment table. So we should be able to say, lookup table dot composite table dot add, right? That's what we decided it was. There wasn't like set. Does add override? I think we looked at this earlier.
I don't remember that
For
part.
key are not removed but simply hidden. That is, after performing table key, the previous binding for key, if any, is restored. The previous binding. That's weird wording. I want to go look at this.
Is phrasing still a thing? Yeah, phrasing is still a thing. And yes, I've recently restarted watching Archer.
I love Archer. Archer was like my show in college that like me and my fraternity brothers would just like, if we weren't doing like like if we didn't have a party or something the weekend, we would just like smoke a joint and freaking kick back, watch like Sharknado, and then watch Archer.
Okay.
It's like the best.
Have you seen Frisky Dingo?
I have not. What is
It's actually the creator of Archer made Frisky Dingo first, and there's even like the character of like Archer himself is a different, like it's like the same like face, but it's the same voice as Ray Gillette, because that's actually the creator of both shows. Like that's his character voice.
Nice. I'll have to watch that.
It's really fun, but it's like it goes off the rails. So yeah, Frisky Dingo is like, yeah, Archer is like, yeah, it goes off the rails a little. Like Frisky Dingo goes way off the rails. Like it's bad.
I love it.
But it's good, you know. So yeah, I recommend it for sure.
Classic frat boy OCAML devs. Get out of here. Listen, my fraternity was above par as far as fraternity goes. We had higher GPAs in the honor fraternities. We had more community service hours than the community service club. We were all right. We weren't
Nice.
Animal House. So I think we want to implement replace. I don't know. I'm a little confused on like previous bindings for key are not removed but simply hidden. The word simply there is doing a lot of lifting.
It really is, yeah.
That is after performing hash table remove table key. Ah, so it must be like, it's almost like a, it must be like a linked list or something under it, where like when you remove, it just removes the head of the list, and the next one underneath if it takes its place.
Right, because it's a proper hash table, right? It's not just like a one-to-one lookup, like one value. It could be multiple values within the hash table, and then like eventually you need to like iterate them.
Yeah, so if you desire the classic behavior of replacing elements, we won't replace, which I think is probably what we want.
Hold on, we just got a raid from Acorn. What are you up to, Acorn? Thank you for the huge raid.
Howdy, Acorn.
Yeah, you were implementing pool stuff with React 3 Fiber. Hell yeah. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Like, how'd that go? Like, physics-wise, like, is it pretty straightforward? Did you have to, like, fiddle with, like, the inertia and, like, the weights of, like, balls, like, via, like, physics and all that?
React 3 Fiber, as far as I'm concerned, is witchcraft, and anyone that knows how to use it is just like leagues above like everyone else.
That is pretty accurate, yeah. You're actually playing around with the physics right now. Okay, there you go. So yeah, you're fiddling with like, rapier. Oh, I don't know rapier.
I've never heard of rapier either.
Yeah. React 3 Rapier. Rapier physics in React. Okay. Oh, and sorry, Philip. 1 second. Let me add you to the regulars so you can do links.
Oh, this is super cool.
Yeah, Rapier seems awesome. Is it wrapping like oh, so it's like Rapier's for 3D, right? Because 3 fiber, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm thinking like box 2D, which is totally just only 2D. I probably would have been doing the lazy part of a pool game and just done it all 2D physics, because that would have been simpler.
Like when we say pool, are we talking about
like billiards?
Pool? Billiards, got it.
Yeah. Yeah, like in her title, like explanation, right before the word pool, it has the 8 ball. You know, so yeah, made it a little easier. Interesting. Yeah, I would have gone with 2D physics, but so Rapier does both 2D and 3D. Are you using like the 3D aspect or the 2D aspect? I'm curious about that. Another JS like physics library I like to use is Matter.js, which is also fun. But again, like you don't get like the 3D rendering like primitives to make like the, you know, the balls like roll properly, etc. So totally different thing. Yeah, got to go with Z, like with 3D, like need that Z index. So I get you, or Z axis technically. But yeah, if anyone wants to mess with just like 2D stuff, like, yeah, you can fiddle with it. Matter.js is awesome. Like super chill, super performant, renders right to a canvas. But yeah, I think the React 3 fiber stuff, like, pretty damn cool. So for everyone joining from the raid, the thing we're working on right now is Dia Mulroy, the OCAML guy, is helping us implement an SDK for Vexilla, which is my feature flag tool. And yeah, like I'm learning OCaml while I'm teaching him about how Vexilla works under the hood, basically. So yeah, kind of fun.
Fun times.
Yeah. And we're drinking whiskey.
Yeah. Cheers, y'all.
Yeah, good cheers there. And that's a fancy whiskey glass you got there. That's like a snifter.
The classic Glencairn.
Right? You get to like see the, what do they call it? Like the sweat, like where the lines like dribble down the side. Yeah, the legs. That's the term. Yeah. Where's your whiskey decaying? Bring it. And go ahead. Sorry.
One of my ADHD hyperfixations for about 4 months was getting way too deep into whiskey. And learning about Scotch was like that for like 4 months. And
sounds about right.
I know way too much about Scotch.
It's from Scotland. What else do you need to know? I don't know. I'm kidding. Bullshit.
It tastes delicious.
Yeah, there you go.
The most important.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the peat flavor, so yeah, to each their own.
That's fair. Peaty scotches can be pretty off-putting. Have you had Balvenie before, or like what they call Speyside scotches? They're kind of more fruity and honey.
No, I haven't.
I would yeah, a good intro scotch that isn't peaty. I'll give you three. I would say Balvenie 12, which is my favorite, just sipper.
Yep.
Very friendly, very honey and like fruity kind of tasting. Then you have Monkey Shoulder, which is a blend of three different Speyside scotches, and then Glenfiddich, which Glenfiddich I believe is in one of the three in Monkey Shoulder.
Okay. Okay.
All
I
very
believe
friendly, all
Glenfiddich
very
is referenced by Archer, like it's the Glengoolie, right?
maybe it might be. There's a lot of like Glens.
Oh,
In
is there?
Scotch world. There's like Glen
Okay.
Gronick and Glen Larock.
Oh, okay.
They're all over the place.
So yeah, they just made up Glengoolie because it's good enough. Whatever, right? Okay.
All right, so we've got our environment table updated, and now, oh right, we had to write that replace function. Right, we should do that. Look up. I probably soon should bounce. Got maybe another 30-ish minutes in me.
No rush, no big deal. We always got next week or whenever you're ready. Like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, man, we've made amazing progress already today.
Hash table dot replace, and that should take a table and then a key and a value. KV. That looks good. We can yoink that. Maybe as part of like my interim PR next week, I'll try to functorize this.
Okay.
And we can show an example of that.
Sure.
Do you feel like, and this is like a good question for chat too, do y'all feel like you're being able to read OCAML better? Are you feeling like you're able to get past the lack of parentheses and semicolons?
And that's for Chet. Like, for me, like, this is making more and more sense. But I've dealt with languages without parens and some of that stuff. Ron just commented, "You think I'm reading?" So there you go.
Specifically for Ron, I actually don't think Ron can read. So he's like excluded from that, but it's fine.
Metame thought it was still C#. Okay.
This is C#.
Yeah, totally C#, man. No big deal.
All right, so then we should do our composite type. Lookup dot composite table dot replace, and we want to replace our client dot environment lookup table. That's a table, right? That is a composite table, and we want to replace it with a key and a value. Our key will be the group ID, and our value will be the new environment lookup table. First try. Nailed it.
Like a glove. Yeah.
Like a glove.
Well done.
And actually, I don't think we need to mark those fields as mutable on here, because I think hash tables are inherently mutable in OCaml. So like, I don't think actually marking this with mutable would actually really do anything. So we might not actually need to return the client after all, now that I think about it. So after we loop through our environments, we are going to do the same thing for features. Okay, we can do that. So we'll say basic, or what do we do here? Add client flags group ID group. We do that same thing here. No, we do that once. So we want to copy this, and here.
Yeah, like a lot of this feature stuff is going to almost be like a copy paste and just replace the word environment with feature. Yeah.
What is the syntax error here? Syntax error. What do you return? Returns a unit. So this semicolon, if you have a function that returns a unit, you can end it with a semicolon, and it's effectively the same syntax as saying let unit equals paste change left in. So this is equivalent to this. It's kind of just shorthand for saying like we're gonna return a unit or an undefined value.
So Philip, no, OCAML doesn't actually care about how you indent things. You can indent as much as you want. You can use 4 characters, 8 characters. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I have a. There's a. Do I have it in here? Maybe I don't have the file in here yet. But there's a OCaml format. I know I have the actual like binary installed in the project. It's probably defaulting to just like the default formatting, but OCaml format's just like Go format or prettier. Basically the same deal. So that's what's formatting it when I run my leader key F or when I save.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no worries, Philip. It was a great question. So yeah, thank you for asking.
I must not need to say in after it. Yeah, okay. So let's actually try exactly what you suggested, Chris, and doing a find and replace on environment with, oh, that caught.
You might have to do like a case sensitive.
What is that? IG?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
Let's do an environment, and that will be feature / G. I don't know why.
Looks like environment lookup table isn't right for some reason there.
Yeah, it didn't get all of them. We'll fix that. Or wait. No, that was supposed to be right. This should be feature. That looks good, right? So we
Yeah.
get our feature table, and now we need to list iter, which actually we can do. We don't even need to assign. We can do the same shorthand syntax with the semicolon. Does that make sense what I just did? Although that might be more readable. I think that block's probably more readable.
I like the indentation because it does make it seem separate.
Yeah, I like that too. Okay. I will probably go through a bunch of this and clean it up to make it more readable, or break out some of these things where like we have like this anonymous function right here into an actual function, but kind of just brute forcing our way through it right now.
Sure. Yeah. Like understanding what it needs to do, and then you can make it look prettier, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you want. Yeah, I like this.
All right, so we have our feature lookup table, and we basically just now do the same thing here, where instead of iterating over environment, we'll say environment with feature. Okay, we have one type error. Group.t, and what does our group? So we should have features. It's a hash table.
Did we need to make sure that we're... Oh, no. I see. Never mind. Sorry. You're already defining, like, feature lookup table to, like, define, like, the inner table if needed. So that's fine. Yeah, never mind.
I think I know what I did. I think I need to, up above on line 36, I did this right here. I opened the module within the scope of the function.
Oh. Okay.
And that basically lets me, technically, I could just say, let's see here. This basically gives me access to the scope inside the environment, types.environment module. So I could here just say that, and that would be fine. And it knows I'm referencing a environment.
Oh, right.
Because we just locally open. Well, that's not a local open, but we open that in this scope. And I mostly did that to remove the type annotation here. Before we had this annotated, I could actually come down here and do this thing called a local open, which is types. Well, actually, yeah, this is a good example of a local open. So I did a let open up on this line, and because environment's now open, it can infer the type of this because we have access to the scope of the types.environment module. If I go up here and I delete this, it's suddenly like, yo, dog, I don't know what an environment is. I don't know what an environment.id is. I don't have enough information. So
Okay.
2 ways around this, or I guess there's 3 ways, right? One is going back and opening the module with a let statement. The next one would be annotating this, right? We could say this is a types.environment.d, and now we're good again. And the third way is this thing called a local open, which is where you go types.environment, and then you do a dot. And it's saying basically anything inside these parentheses has access to the scope of this module.
Right. I feel like I've actually seen that before. Yeah, that seems cool.
Yeah, local opens are definitely useful where like maybe you only have like 1 or 2 lines of code that need something out of a module and you don't want to expose all of the internals of that module to the rest of like the function or the module you're in. Maybe that's because of shadowing reasons, or maybe you just don't want to bring all that junk into your current scope, right? So that's a local open, and you can do the same thing with records, where this would be like the curly brackets instead of parentheses.
Right.
So we can do the same thing down here. We'll do a local open on this anonymous function. Oh, that's not what I wanted. We'll do types.feature. Got that. Now we have that, and maybe we need to make our local open further. Where does that parenthesis go to? So maybe we do a double paren and throw that down there. Is that what we want? No. Okay. More issues here than I thought. If I annotate this, let's see what's going on. Types.feature.t. Feature.id is not a record type. Let's go see what our feature looks like. Maybe I typed it wrong.
So real quick, we just got another raid, just raids for days. We got a raid from Nate Codes. Mr. Sir, how you doing? And welcome back, Lady Blue Notes. So you left because the OCAML is a little confusing at the start, but you'll get it if you hang out. But yeah, Nate, what were you up to? Hold on, let me look at what you're doing. Doing some Expo React Native Supabase stuff. Cool.
Nate's background is OCAML, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait.
Programming languages was OCAML in university and a few years after.
Really, Nate? You never told me that. We've even played League of Legends together, and you never told me that. How dare you? 12 years ago. Yeah, it's like me and Objective-C. I get it. Right? It's like me and C#. I get it. Yeah, we both play League. Yeah, I'm a Singed main, Lady Blue Notes. If you feel content to like unfollow and refund your sub, I get it. As a Singed main, I get it.
Look, Nate, you just gotta come back to your roots.
Okay. So yeah, super cool. I didn't realize that you knew OCAML, Nate. Like new fuzzy term.
So I figured out what our problem is here. Our feature type If I comment this out for now and we just return a unit, if we look at our feature type, our type T is actually this variant type. So we can't just like access some random value on it. We're gonna have to pattern match on this first.
Okay.
Let's do this. Jump back over here. So we have a feature, and there should be a feature.t. Yep. And we'll say match. I want to get the attributes. So they should all have attributes. And this is like something we could extract into a helper at some point for sure. This is probably going to be something relatively common. Match feature with, and it will be toggle. And we'll say attributes. This is like destructuring, and we just want to ignore the rest. And we'll return attributes. And then we'll say, what is it, gradual? And selective.
Okay, so yeah, the reason this one wasn't a pure copy and paste is because we have like the polymorphic types underneath the hood. That makes a lot of sense. I get it.
This type of variant isn't actually polymorphic, but it is a variant, and we
right.
Like, we have to figure out which variant it is, and then effectively like destructure like you would in JavaScript.
Okay.
But let's see here. Now we should have our attributes thing, which is the same type. Yep. So it's a little annoying that like we can't do this in a polymorphic way. Like I don't think I can, at least. Like, I don't think I could do like attributes. If this worked, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, that won't work. It needs to match on the actual types.
Gotcha.
So we get our attributes, and then we can come back down here, what we were doing, and it will be attributes. Attributes.id. Do the same thing there. There. And we replace, which is our table, our name, and then it'll be attributes.id, right?
Yep.
Okay. I think that worked.
I mean, yeah, like this is one of those languages where if it compiles, you're really well off.
Yeah, that's what I found with OCAML. Like, if it compiles, I have pretty good confidence that it's going to do exactly what I think it should.
Right? Yeah. Rust to me is the same way. Less so with Go, but still like somewhat. And then yeah, like a whole bunch of other languages, I gotta like fiddle with it at runtime.
So we returned nil from set flags. I think I want to return the client, maybe.
Yeah, for something functional, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
It feels ergonomic to do that. So like if I do client with environment lookup table and feature lookup table, I do that. That's the child element, right? It's actually not what I want. Maybe it is just unit. Maybe that is fine because hash tables are mutative, so we're mutating them. I think this is actually good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think like eventually once we get to the implementation, like the testing, it'll actually make a lot more sense about like what's doing what, right? And like how the ergonomics of it will be and all that stuff.
The other thing we could try, well, time is it? It's
You were gonna say real quick, and yeah, we got like 10 minutes before you're like, hey, I gotta go. So, we can always table it and save it for next time. I really like the fact that you're into this on like a recurring basis. So yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm down. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna block it out on my calendar and everything too, just in case, just so I remember.
Yeah,
and all
sounds
that.
good to me. I should be free next Tuesday as well.
Sure.
Yeah, most Tuesday evenings I'm pretty free.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, sounds good to me. So yeah, this looks good.
I will commit this and merge it, and probably by next Tuesday, like I felt like starting it off with like reviewing what we did and any cleanup I did. That's a pretty good start, and just like jumping in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because again, like it gives me a chance to like look at what's been happening and like re-familiarize myself with the syntax, because I've been doing a bunch of C# for the past couple days. So like it's tough, right? Like just different syntaxes, figuring out what's doing what, and like what the semantics of the languages are and what you can modify in place, etc. Like there's big differences. So like the review at the start really helped me like readjust.
Cool. Yeah. Like a lot of this function, like I'm sure is going to look much nicer by the time we start next Tuesday. This is, again, just like we're going to brute force our way through this. Like I still don't have, I'm still working on building up that instinct and that intuition on how to write OCaml the right way the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And it typically takes me like a time or two of like make it work, then make it better.
Yep.
To get it at a spot I'm really happy with. But yeah. What do you think, chat? Feel like you're starting to be able to read OCaml?
Right? Like really the biggest problem they have is like how fuzzy my like my rebroadcast of this stuff is, and I think next time maybe we try and figure out like a way to make it like higher fidelity. We can fiddle with it, we can try it, and we can always fall back to this again. But yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we rebroadcast your screen and then we just take in like your guest star of just your camera, and then boom, like super easy. So we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, totally works. Yeah, and Bicnosa smiles and nods, no big deal. Lady Blue Note said no when you said like, is she understanding it more, like etc. So I get that too. That's fine, no big deal. You don't need to get it from the start.
Yeah, you're at least exposing yourself to new ideas and different ways of programming.
Yeah, like the patterns are actually like applicable to other functional languages as well. If you ever want to dabble with Haskell, Elixir, like all this stuff, like Elixir has no way of modifying a table in place. So I'm going to have to actually fiddle with how these tables get updated in the Elixir code when I go and do that. Like it'll totally be fine. Your current fixation is Go. Well, our Go client is actually done and good, and the fact that Dylan's been using the Go client to inform how he should write the OCaml client is actually hugely useful. So once you can read Go, reading OCaml would probably be a little easier too. So yeah, super cool. Thank you so much for hanging out. Like, really appreciate you. Yeah, if you need to get going, I get it. Like, again, everyone out there should definitely go give DM Mulroy a follow. Dylan is what you can also call him. I'm gonna give you some shout outs here.
I stream OCaml content every weekday morning from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and occasionally in the evenings Eastern Time. We've recently been working on writing a tool for transferring playlists between Apple Music and Spotify, and we are just getting to the point where we've successfully been able to do it in both directions for any size playlist. So over the next week or two, we're working on doing some tech debt cleanup and then writing a CLI for it. And also, I'm going to shamelessly shill my NeoVim plugin because I
Ooh.
have a couple issues that are open for Hacktoberfest submissions that I could use help on. So if you're looking to score some contributions for Hacktoberfest, I've got some stuff on tisk.neovim that could use some help.
Dude, 172 stars. You're killing it, man. Good work.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm actually curious. I think you've eclipsed my star. Oh, not quite. You're gonna get there. You're gonna totally eclipse NeoVim
Right.
Biscuits real soon. I'm only at 191.
Chat, everyone go star tsc.mvim.
Right?
gotta-
I'm okay with it.
We gotta do it.
Gotta do it. Right? If you didn't do it, wouldn't be prudent. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, awesome stuff, man. So yeah, type checking your project, kick back and relax. I really like the image you got there. Yeah.
Well
well done.
grew out of just a personal need. Like I got super frustrated with TS server is just terrible with doing like project-wide type checking in general. Like it's a experimental feature and it is really laggy, and I don't know how they do it, but I don't know if they're like using some sort of cooperative scheduling or something, but it doesn't lock up NeoVim completely, and this happens in VS Code too, because it's still kind of using the same core underlying TypeScript server. It just makes the editor laggy, and nothing I could find would type check my whole project. So I was like, you know what? We're just gonna do this, and we're gonna pipe the diagnostics in, and
you'll do it live. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I like that.
Justin, can you tell us what the font and theme in those videos on the README? My font is a font called Dank Mono, which is a font made by one of my former coworkers at Formidable. In fact, if you use style components, it's by the same guy. And my theme is Cappuccino Macchiato. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Capuchin themes are really good. I don't know how to pronounce it either, so I'm probably messing it up too. Like, don't worry about like how I said it, but yeah, like really good themes.
Yours sounded better than mine.
Sure, it works. But yeah, really good themes. Yeah, they kill it.
Sweet.
Okay.
Well, I will see. I guess you next Tuesday, Chris, and we'll pick up where we left off with some improvements, hopefully. And chat, I expect to see you 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning, East Coast time. Be there, be square. And
I'm sorry, I won't be there either. It's too early. I'm West Coast, as Lady Blue Nuts is too. So yeah, it's way too early for me. I will be square. Exactly. But yeah, super cool. Thank you so much for joining, and yeah, have a good night. Man, like, yeah, I really like these streams. This is super fun, man. So thanks for joining.
Sweet. Thanks, y'all. Have a lovely Tuesday night.
Later. Yeah, super cool. Like, those are really good, fun streams. Now I need to figure out how to switch my stuff back to, like, normal. I'm really happy that I made a custom theme for it today, or a custom scene for it today. Hell yeah. Good job, me. Akira, like, it's kind of new for me. I've brought Graham the Dev and some, like, accessibility people on. I had Userin, who's like a Turkish streamer, on for like my stream for like the Turkish like the earthquake and some of that stuff, like a charity for that. I messed up that entire stream and had the audio wrong, but I got the other ones right, and I just need to publish them. So yeah, that's fun. Hey Ron, like, honestly, that's totally worth it. Don't feel bad. Like, a small PR is still a PR. Yeah. So Userin. He's awesome, Justin. If you don't know him, shout out Userin. I believe that's the name. Yeah, that's it, totally. Super chill dude. He used to work at Twitch. Now I believe he works at Discord. And yeah, he was a guest. He talked about his like earthquake like app to help people like, you know, figure some stuff out, like during like that giant earthquake that happened like a year ago or whatever. And I did a charity stream just during like July 4th or whatever. Him as a guest during a portion of it. So yeah, really fun stuff. You should definitely check out User and Stream. He's a really good dude, like really chill. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. for me, and I kind of need some food in my belly. I wouldn't mind just like milking the viewership I got right now. But pretty much no one here wants to see me switch back to C#, and I gotta eat some food because I got the whiskey in me. Right? So I think at this point, we'll go raid a stream. If anyone wants to hang out on gaming stream while I, make my sandwich. We watched like one episode of Red Dwarf and then figure out what game we want to play. Hey, Nate, you trying to play some League? I could play some League. Just saying. Just saying. Lady Blue Nose is like, no! Well, I mean, we don't have to play League, but you got to be over on the other stream to actually, like, say so. Just need a little more time and you'll cross 100K? Ooh, that's huge. I mean, it's up to you, Nate. No worries, no big deal. I got stuff I can do. I got games I can play. It's not a problem. But we do need to figure out who to raid. We had amazing raids today. It was awesome, like so good. Let me stop this recording. I'll have to like modify that later. And yeah, we will have to figure out how to like actually broadcast the text in a higher fidelity way. I was wondering, is there like a collaborative extension we could install to like NeoVim, to where I would just launch NeoVim and I'd see him navigating NeoVim without me having to worry about anything, and we could just keep up, right? There's like instant.neovim. All right, so maybe that's what we got to do. I just need to install NeoVim and do that. Yeah, JetBrains has that in Fleet and some other stuff. VS Code has a thing too, but DM Mulroy uses NeoVim, so I'd just have to launch NeoVim. But could we get higher fidelity from it? Abso-fucking-lutely. So that's probably what we should do. Rather than worry about like the Discord and the other junk, I could just launch NeoVim myself, connect up with DM Mulroy, and he could like drive at that point. Yeah, worth a try at least. Because the text was super fuzzy today. I'm sorry about that. I would zoom way further in. Y'all know that. Right? Like, look at how zoomed in I am. I should zoom in more. But, whatever. Spelling's, like, overrated. Under useful? I don't know. I was thinking of some other word. But who do we go raid? Who's going right now? Who's even streaming? I see, with my little eye, Coding with Strangers, who's killing it. I see Evan J. Stern that we rated recently. There's Rob Codes Live, How to PyTorch. We've rated Chi-Chi Impact. We rated Ian Douglas somewhat recently. I'm thinking Coding with Strangers. Operation OK building the stream. Can we add a new event? I'm not sure what tech. Yeah. If I understand that, I don't need spelling. Damn right. Yeah, for sure. Technically, if you get the first and last letter correct, you're usually pretty good. So, yeah, we're going to go raid Coding with Strangers. If I was feeling less lazy, I'd go find maybe someone brand new. But, I think it's fine. Coding with Strangers, Hero is his name. He is awesome. So I'm guessing, Lady Blue Notes, you're not streaming at the moment, right? Just in case, just throwing it out there. I do follow you. I feel like I'd see it. Does he ever actually code with strangers? I mean, I feel like we're bringing a bunch of strangers over to his chat. Oh, no worries, Lady Blue Notes. Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to checking out your stream and lurking at some point, for sure. Yeah, it'll be good stuff. But yeah, we're about to bring a bunch of strangers over there, man. So yeah, that'll be fun. And I'm gonna make a fat sandwich while we watch some Red Dwarf over on Gaming Stream and then figure out what game we gotta play. I don't even know, man. So we'll figure that out depending on how many people are there, etc. Yeah, there you go, Nate. Come on, Mr. Sir. But yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go raid. Oh, did I mistype it? Hold on. Did I try and type it in the wrong channel? All right, raid created. I have no idea where I just typed that, chat. That's not ideal. Offense taken. Yeah, exactly. Come on. Come on. But yeah, Twitter friends are real friends, okay? So I'm going to stop the YouTube stream. Thank you, everyone that was lurking over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all. Right? Anyone who doesn't know, we hit 1,000 watch hours just a few days ago. We're already up to like 1,060 or something like that. So yeah, everyone who lurks on the YouTube, you're the real MVP. All right, let me end that feed.